Since its inception in 2014, ISCC has developed a reputation to become one of the most highly coveted case competitions in Indonesia.
Cik, 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 cik. Cek. Tes.
Check.
Check force.
Tetes air mata basahi pipiku di saat seperti ini.
Mungkinkah ku bayar belanja tanpa sentuhan?
Pengen streaming kan semata-mata. Mungkin tapi jangan coba antisipasi dulu. Biar hanya kosong doyan berjalan sia-sia aja.
QC was one of the greatest experiences that I've had. It really taught me not only about the value of education, learning, but also people. And that's what we've applied here at Tanda, and that's why we've been so successful.
About halfway through my degree, there was this program the QT ran where you could work for a year within an industry partner, and you got course credits for it. It really accelerated my knowledge in terms of actually taking the stuff I've been learning and like writing code all day. It also taught me how to talk to customers, how to think about the product and the marketing and side of things, and not just things purely about the code, and really take the like stuff I've been learning and find a practical application for it.
My time at QT definitely helped with being able to do a project where you're starting at the very beginning and then ideating it and then executing it right at the end has helped in a place like Canada where that's a valued skill.
University's more than just lectures, labs, and libraries. So really, it's about getting involved beyond that, and getting involved in things like student activities, student clubs. Really, where you're going to meet the people who are cross-discipline.
It's very easy to sort of learn this stuff, improve your skills on your own time. But what's really valuable is finding other people who also share the same values as you and want to create the same things you want to create, and just figuring out how you can take what you're learning in the classroom with these people and go and apply it for other stuff.
To be a successful graduate, you need to continue learning and have that thirst for continuous improvement.
Go to university, find your team and find the people you really like working with, and then figure out what you can do together from there.
Get involved in the clubs, get involved in the environment, get involved in the atmosphere, because it's the people that you meet that will determine your success.
Good morning to all speakers, judges, participants, respondents, and YouTube viewers. Sorry. So, first and foremost, Regine will introduce ourselves because I think you guys are not familiar with the both of us. So, Regine, why don't you take the spotlight?
So, my name is Regine.
And I'm Abel. And we're the hosts for this event. First and foremost, Regine will present us with the ground rules. Go ahead, Regine.
So first of all, participants shall turn on their camera and mute their mic at all times. Participants are also discouraged to cut or interrupt during the seminar or panel session. If participants have any question, you can ask them later on the talk show.
I'll continue from here. Participants must always dress appropriately. Formal attire is mandatory for all participants, meaning that there's no sleeveless shirt. A collared shirt is always encouraged. Participants must also be sitting down at the appropriate and comfortable location. The appropriate background is required. Ensure that there is no disturbing object in the participant's background. Ensure proper lighting at all times because, I'm afraid that you guys will break your back or not. Just like last year, I would like to congratulate and introduce the top 10 teams that have made it to the semifinals. Pasti Bisa, congratulations!
And then we have We Can Do It,
Alice,
B1,
Fitek,
Triquetra,
Itdel,
Porus,
Haris Chandra,
and Borju. Congratulations, guys!
Congratulations! Regine, to warm up, why don't you tell them all about ISCC?
You know what? Let's roll the clip.
Since its inception in 2014, ISCC has developed a reputation to become one of the most highly coveted case competitions in Indonesia. ISCC challenges its participants to think critically in order to produce an innovative yet applicable solution to relevant problems in modern society, with judges consisting of local and foreign industry experts and professionals. This year, ISCC is back more challenging cases and more exciting constructors than ever. But with a little twist. Due to the current conditions we're in, the entirety of the competition will be held online from the 24th to 30th of October 2020. See you there.
competition. So today we are going to start the event. Congratulations to all the semi-finals. Today there will be 2 seminars, and I believe that 2 seminars will be a very good knowledge, a very good input, a very good clue, and that is some kind like introduction about what you're going to face in the real case later. So put your focus, take your note, because whatever you hear from the seminar, that's going to be a great clue about what case and about what situation that you are going to have. We thank you for all our partners, for the QT, BCA, and for sure our case partners that are willing to share the real condition of their place and the company to share the real situation. So our participant today will give an ideas about what really happened in the real life. Thank you very much. Enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Rinsha, for the heartwarming speech. Now we're going to have another opening speech led by Sir Samuel Mahatma Putra, SCOM, and Infotech, the head of our Business Information System program. Please welcome Sir Samuel.
Well, thank you so much, Regine and Amabel. We would like to welcome all of the contestants, of course, to our ICC 2020, which is completely virtual this year. And then by that, we would like to raise the awareness of all of our contestants and our students as well to stay safe within these pandemic situations. And we would like to encourage, of course, for us to hand in hand to handle and tackle this. We would like to support as well our researchers and medical institutions, of course, that is in the front guard of producing these COVID-19 vaccines. And then by then, we would like to, of course, to encourage all of you to participate in these situations. By that, we would like to, as well, to remind you of our topics this year, that our topics will be around small, medium enterprise. In the world, small medium enterprise plays important roles that almost at the moment not being seen as clear roles to the world. Currently, we are having 600 million job opportunity worldwide that is produced by small and medium enterprise. So it is 4 out of 5 jobs available across the globe. So you can see in Indonesia itself, we are currently having 120 million job that is provided by our small and medium enterprise. So during these pandemic situations, it is very much important for us to leverage these important roles in the economic and the society. And we would like to as well put highlights of how information technology and information systems plays their roles in supporting this small medium enterprise. So we invite you, of course, not only to compete between each other and then to see who is the best winners. To us, within these competitions, all of you are winners already. But we would like to see your solutions, real solutions that can be well implemented to the world, and then to solve problems, to try to achieve opportunity, and to support our small and medium enterprise. Last and foremost, I would like to say very much thank you to all of our staffs. I would like to say thank you to our directors, of course, Pak Wince, and our deputy directors, Ibu Irma. And we would like to say thank you so much for all the guidance from Pak Petrus as well to the team. And then we would like to say thank you so much to our amazing teams this year, led by Deandra. We will see Deandra later on with her opening speech. Thank you so much, and let the best win. Let the best team win today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Sam, for your inspiring speech. Surely the participants will feel warmly welcome.
Our next speech will be led by Cecilia Deandra Putri, which is our project leader of ISCC. Please welcome Cecilia.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Cecilia Deandra and I'm the project leader for this year's ISCC. Before anything else, I would like to give my biggest thanks to BINUS, to our sponsors, BCA and QT, and of course as well, thank you so much for Mr. Wincham, Mr. Samuel, and Ms. Irma as well. Without you guys, this will not be possible. And also, without further ado, I would like as well to thank you for all the participants that are here. Congratulations so much for the top 10 teams. You guys truly deserve to be here. And of course, people who are watching in YouTube Live as well, thank you so much to be here with us and watch the whole seminar for today. So again, I know you guys have worked so hard from the preliminary case to here, and I am honestly so proud that even though we are right now in this situation, it's hard for us to really go anywhere, to really meet our friends, to really grind our creativity. So this is such a great opportunity. And me as personal is really, really happy that so many youngsters like you guys are actually active, even though we're in these conditions that we're in right now, which is amazing. Again, as you guys know, as Mr. Samuel and Mr. Winchia has also said, this is the first year ISCC is being held online. So not only is this the first time we've live streamed anything, especially a competition, this is the first time we've actually haven't met you guys, you know. And it's pretty sad. I would really love to meet each and every one of you, especially the teams, considering how amazing you guys are. But even though we can't meet each other, that doesn't mean that we can't see how brilliant your brains are. And so this is the first year ever that we are going to have this online. So if there is anything at all that we've done that is not as great or is not up to standards, or if there's any small mistakes or big mistakes that we made, I apologize and we apologized from now. And I hope that we can have your contribution as well in helping us have this event as smoothly as possible. This event is made by BASIS. BASIS is actually a
It's a club for BINUS's information systems major, and this is a yearly competition. I think I've seen some of your faces, like for example, I think Pasti Vista, I think I know you guys were here last year, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. And there's also some teams from Hong Kong that I know that were here as well. We're very, very excited for you guys to come back because I was pretty happy with what you came up last year. And yeah, I'm of course the project leader, and we have so many teams as well. I would like to thank you, my teams as well, that made this thing happen. For example, the MCs, Mabel and Regine, thank you so much. I would also like to thank the head of the event, Kevin, thank you so much as well. My vice project leader, Gabriel Emiliano, thank you so much as well. Salva as well, thank you. And also the IT team. I know this is fairly new for all of us, but you guys are doing great so far, and I hope things are going to be okay. So, I won't dilly-daddle. My name is Cecilia Deandra, I'm the project leader here. And without further ado, ISCC 2020 starts now.
Tetes air mata basahi pipiku di saat seperti ini.
Mungkinkah ku bayar belanja tanpa satu hal?
Pengen streaming kan mata. Mungkin dong tapi jangan dipasito.
QC was probably one of the greatest experiences that I've had, and it really taught me not only about the value of education, learning, but also of people, and that's what we've applied here at Tanda, and that's why we've been so successful.
About halfway through my degree, there was this program that QT ran where you could work for a year within an industry partner, and you got course credits for it. It really accelerated my knowledge in terms of actually taking the stuff I'd been learning and like writing code all day, and it also taught me how to talk to customers, how to think about the product and the marketing inside of things, and not just it's purely about the code, and really take the stuff I've been learning and find a practical application for it.
My time at QT definitely helped with being able to do a project where you're starting at the very beginning and then ideating it and then executing it right at the end has helped in a place like Tanda where that's, a valued skill.
University is more than just lectures, labs and libraries. So really it's about getting involved beyond that and getting involved in things like student activities, student clubs, really where you're going to meet the people who are cross-discipline.
It's very easy to sort of learn this stuff and improve your skills on your own time, but what's really valuable is finding other people who also share the same values as you and want to create the same things you want to create, and just figuring out how you can take what you're learning in the classroom with these people and go and apply it to other stuff.
To be a successful graduate, you need to continue learning and have that thirst for continuous improvement.
Go to university to find your team and find the people you really like working with, and then figure out what you can do together from there.
Get involved in the clubs, get involved in the environment, get involved in the atmosphere, because it's the people that you meet that will determine your success.
Studying a Bachelor of Information Technology at QUT is like opening a door into a garden of opportunity, a place where you can cultivate your future. IT is a key growth area, and moreover, information technology skills are the foundation to many careers outside the technology sector. The opportunities are endless. As more companies undergo digital transformation, in-demand IT roles will shift now and into the future to include positions focused on advanced technologies, such as artificial intelligence, data management, business intelligence, security analysis, and network analysis. Demand for IT professionals will continue to grow at a pace that is unmatched in many other industries. A mix of technology and business skills will be needed for nearly every IT position. QUT's IT degree will prepare you for those opportunities. QUT has a strong reputation for providing a high-quality overall learning experience to its students. We are rated amongst the top 10 universities across Australia and New Zealand for computer science. And according to the Times World University Rankings 2019, QUT is in the top 100 universities worldwide for computer science. Many organisations come back year after year to recruit QUT graduates due to our students having the relevant skills and expertise. This is because we provide the perfect balance between theory and practical skills. A great example of an organisation hiring QUT IT graduates is a homegrown success story, Tanda. This company is the brainchild of 3 QUT students. They developed a rostering system to help manage the Student Union Guild Bar, which grew into a business offering time and attendance solutions for over 70,000 people in businesses worldwide, including Bunnings, Domino's, and Telstra. The Tanda management team regularly hire QUT graduates because they know what they are capable of. You will gain professional experience as part of your QUT IT degree. One way is through the completion of a capstone project. You will be provided with the opportunity to work with industry partners on a range of projects to develop a technology artifact, such as a software application, a business process model, or network design. This final year project is developed in conjunction with a real-world client and is showcased at the Games and IT Showcase at the end of your 3rd year. We have diverse industry connections, which ensures our IT course stays relevant across industries, including technology, aviation, finance, security, and the public sector. QUT's IT degree is accredited by the Australian Computer Society, ACS. given eligibility for ACS membership, recognition by ACS for certification, and migration skills assessment, and international recognition by signatories for the Seoul Accord. Essentially, that means you will be ready to build a successful IT career around the world. Career opportunities are abundant, and depending on your major, you will be prepared to work for roles such as an enterprise architect, chief information officer, data mining specialist, mobile application developer,
For the inspiring talk. Well, Regine, I can't believe that ISCC 2020 has finally started. But first of all, we would like to say a big thanks to our sponsors, BCA and QUT, and also a big thanks to our media partners, because you know what, Regine? Without them, we are not able to make this event happen. So we would like to say thank you to Radio Unpad,
Ruang Mahasiswa,
Renezia.com,
Radio Kampus ITB,
BNMKN UNP,
UMN Radio 107.7 FM,
Himiteka IPB,
Kampus Media ID,
and Event Apa Aja. You know what, Regine? You know what makes today very, very special?
What is it, Belle? I think I know. Is it that you just got a new haircut?
No, Regine.
Is it that you just got a new boyfriend, maybe?
No. Try guess again.
I don't know, Belle.
Well, it's because it's our very first online ISCC, just like Diandra said.
Well, I know it is truly special to be a part of this online ISCC event, and well, I think the participants are anticipating for our next session, Belle. So let's pass our spotlight to our first guest speaker.
Okay, so today we have a very special guest speaker who is the director and founder of Gambaran Brand. He got his Bachelor of Arts Management Information Systems in California State University of Fresno and Bachelor of Fine Arts Advertising Design in Academy of Art University. Today he'll be talking about digitizing UMKM from advertising and marketing point of view. Please welcome and give a round of applause to Mr. Arto Biantoro.
All right. Okay, so I want to say hi to everyone, our fellow friends from all over Indonesia. Say hello also to our friend in Hong Kong, Ni Hao. Good to have you here. And let me introduce myself again. My name is Arto Biantoro, and I'm actually a brand activist. What is brand activist is actually a new term for those people who actually working in the area of branding. And what we do is actually we help UMKM to our small medium enterprises to grow in a different way, different pace, and somehow nurture them in a way that we can help to build the economy. So let me show you some video things that that we did in the past. And I also involved in numerous activities and initiative regarding on local movement. One will be my TV program that I actually conduct and host called Brand Adventures. It's a story of myself go riding all over Indonesia with motorcycle, because as you know, we have a great, beautiful islands of Indonesia, and I go all over the places and to see a good wisdom of our local brand and our local small medium enterprises. So here, check it out. So let me go through this topic first. I wanna go through this one very interesting discussion, and that will be happy to share with you later on. It's called conscious capitalism. And let me show you the video, things that we've done in the past.
Yang telah mempelajari dan mengamati dunia brand sejak 20 tahun yang lalu. Brand sangat menarik bagi saya. Mempelajari bagaimana sebuah produk atau jasa bisa mengubah persepsi kita dan membuat kita jatuh cinta kepadanya.
Kamu boleh mimpi besar, tapi start small. Ya, mulai dari kecil.
Setelah bertahun-tahun mempelajari tentang brand, kini saya akan membuka rahasianya untuk Anda.
Research itu sangat penting, so kamu tahu siapa yang mau kamu tapin, market kamu siapa, segmentasinya bagaimana, itu nanti berkenaan sama branding, sama cara kamu mengkomunikasikan brand kamu.
Brand bukan cuma soal profit, tapi soal memberi lapangan pekerjaan, mengentaskan kemiskinan, membangun ekonomi daerah, dan membuat kita jatuh cinta pada Indonesia.
Orang-orang pihak-pihak yang tadi dibilang kompetitor itu, selama bendera mereka merah putih, kita nggak pernah menganggap mereka sebagai kompetitor.
Merah putih. Merah putih. Saya akan membawa Anda melihat brand-brand inspiratif dari seluruh Indonesia.
Memperbesar usaha saya dengan tujuan supaya saya bisa kayak Grab ataupun memberikan lapangan pekerjaan untuk lebih banyak orang lagi, khususnya warga disabilitas.
Spiritnya adalah mengangkat kearifan lokal, mengangkat potensi lokal.
Inilah petualangan seru menguak rahasia brand siang dan malam di atas roda 2 untuk membuktikan bahwa brand lokal kita bisa. Welcome to Brand Adventure.
All right, so this is it. So hopefully after pandemic, we all can go out again. We can be able to shoot again and traveling all over Indonesia again. So what I like about being a brand activist is that I can be able to mix between the business thinking and also the creative thinking. And that is where actually I'm coming from. My first degree is actually working on management information system. So today is called business information system. And my second degree will be in advertising design. So that I think will be a very interesting combination between doing the business and the creativity as well at the same time. Now, I think one point that I would like to share is that being a business person, we always intend to think about making profit, and I think that is fine. The fact is, I always ask this question when we start making capital, we start making money. I always tend to ask myself or everyone else is how big is big? You know, what is the limit of us making money? Of course, there's no such an answer like that. And this is coming back to the understanding of being capitalist or capitalism. So if you understand now in the world, there is a very common economic system called capitalism, which is the way you providing goods or services with the purpose of making money or a profit. So this is a very common way to do the business, and most of people actually now lies on this system. We do still have some communism, socialism, some other area of economic system somehow in the other part of the world, but majority of the world we actually doing capitalism. But capitalism is not something merely new. If you go back to 1,000 years ago, trading, doing the business within each other, within one continent to another continent, is very common. So we today experience capitalism in a very, very interesting way, and it's good for us and it's good for everyone. The fact is actually in 1776, Adam Smith is the one who actually wrote about capitalism in the modern era. The Wealth of the Nation is one of the books that actually, giving the path to all of us to understand that capitalism is a way to, to help us create the economy. Thus, at the end of the day, is actually create a better life for everyone. But coming along to the recent years, we start to see the negative side of the capitalism, child labor, excessive child labor, the way to, gain profit as much as possible, the process of making money on a negative way, on a negative impacts. This all lead to a lot of comments on being capitalism. There is no such a thing as enough, then at the end of the day, people are just trying to make profit as much as possible. On the other hand, they press or they push other people in the other part of the world, to make the wealth, and the other one is suffer. So this is the condition that I think and sometimes capitalism being criticized as the way of just making money and making people actually worse on the other side. And this is create an imbalance in the world. One of the greatest story of fraud is actually done by this man, Bernie Madoff. Is the greatest con in the history. For the purpose of making money, he be able to create a scam, and this is a big story back then, when he committed a biggest scam in the human history, over $65 billion and infected over 1,000 of investors. Again, this is when we talk about capitalism that pursue with a very specific purpose, it's making money. So kalau in bahasa Indonesia kadang-kadang we say ini kapitalisme yang kebablasan gitu ya kira-kira. Now, being an activist, my job is not only creating the brand, but also making sure that the wisdom of the brand and the business itself is actually growing in a way that the economic, the people, the local is actually also fortunate with that. And it's very interesting if you look in every area in our places. We see wisdom of the local is also somehow create a corridor for us to do the business, and that is really good, and it's actually applied to every country in the world. They always have a local wisdom, and this local wisdom is actually born before the capitalism, and I'm gonna highlight that point later on in this presentation. Now, in Indonesia, we have this common word. It's called UUD. It's called ujung-ujungnya duit. So in English, I would say at the end of the day, bottom line is money. So that is the simple principle of capitalism, and this is somehow along on my career, I start to challenge this proposition. I always tend to ask, like, if you happen to born in this world and making money, how boring it is to live just making money. As a matter of fact, my finance consultant told me that our report last year on finance in the company is actually less because we intend to give more money to our partners and our suppliers rather than to keep the profit for ourselves. So there is some limitation and some calculation when you say about business in general. You know, you have to make around 30%, 40% profit. And this is kind of the limit that where you have to go in the way of creating business. You have to within that barrier of margin. Now, if you focus on that and the cost of production, the cost of minimum labor is increased, then the things you can only do is actually to press all this cost, you know, to make a better profit. And in that case, again, you have to put someone else to work extra. You have to find the product that actually less qualified. At the end, you're focusing on how to make your bottom line positive. And this is, I think, the other side of capitalism when you see that as a number. So my challenge is to, you know, to change this perspective, and I start to questioning myself whether there be another system out there that actually, you know, balance this and understand that capitalism is not just only the way of making money. Then I realized back in 2013, this thing happened. You know, I think when you look at the world today, it's all becoming very connected. Anybody know this, guys? Is anyone know? Raise hand, it's possible. This is a big things happened in 1989. Some of you probably not born yet at that time. But let me introduce this guy. His name is Tim Berners. He's actually the founder of World Wide Web. Okay, so this is the guy who actually invented the technology today that we all connected and can speak within the digital world. And this is a breakthrough moment for all of us, because since the World Wide Web introduced in the world becoming connected. Okay, the world becoming connected, and we start to understand what happened in the other side of the world. And this is huge and fascinating, because now we can get 50 million users, all right, within a day. So if you look at the top left numbers is airlines. It took like 68 years for an airline to get their first 50 million users, and only less than 20 days for Pokemon Go to get their first 50 million users. So this is huge in the way that we can now understand that the world is connected, and we understand what happened to capitalism, and we understand what is the impact created by capitalism. And folks, this is not going to be easy for the next following years. You see the number of population growth through the history. Back in the Stone Age, you know, we only have 2.25 million people. Now the world close to 8 billion people, 8 miliar orang. Yeah. So the 8 billion people, it creating problems, you know, and capitalism is becoming a major factors in creating problems, but yet on the other hand is one of the most system that now being used in any country, most of the world. So when we look at this, then we understand that how the world is actually growing to a lot of new problems because of the number of the population. And this is where we as a student, we as the community has to stand out and start to think about what we can do in our majors, in our discipline to help to balance the world. United Nations stated 17 issues in 2016 called Sustainable Development Goal. This is the models and the issues that occur all over the world, from poverty, from gender equality issues, you know, education issues, climate changes, you name it. And this is an area that each of us can contribute and start to focus and to help. And as entrepreneurs and as person who actually going to help businesses to create a better system and a better vision, we as a student have this responsibility to understand, and not just working as an operators, but also working as someone who understands the problem in the world and helping entrepreneurs to define and choose some of the issues they want to tackle using this SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. So this is, I think, a good information for all of you to understand and to connect businesses with social responsibility, revert to Sustainable Development Goals. Now, then I realized last year I read this book. It's called Conscious Capitalism. It's wrote by two people. One is his name is John Mackey. He's a CEO and co-founder of a Whole Food Market. We don't have it in Indonesia. I don't know whether in Hong Kong there's such a supermarket, but John Mackey brought a new thinking of capitalism. And I think this is what interests all of us, that conscious capitalism somehow can be the way of balance the issue of capitalism and how we all can contribute to make this thing bigger and better. Let me show you some video on this, and probably will give you a better understanding on what is conscious capitalism.
Regent Street, in the heart of London's West End, has for hundreds of years been a centre for businesses trying to turn a profit. Nowadays, companies are increasingly setting wider priorities, including the welfare of their staff, their suppliers, and the planet. But as they rebalance the profit-centred model, what will that mean for their business? John Mackey is the co-founder and co-chief executive of Whole Foods Market, an American food retailer which in 35 years has gone from a single store in Texas to a chain with 80,000 employees and an annual turnover of $12 billion. But Mr. Mackey is not your average corporate leader. He believes that businesses should pursue more than just their bottom line, that they should, as he puts it, have a higher purpose. He's created a movement around this ethos called conscious capitalism.
Conscious capitalism is primarily doing business in a more conscious way. We identify four key tenets to it. One, that every business has the potential to have a higher purpose besides only making money. Secondly, that it should create value for all of the interdependent stakeholders, not just the investors, so customers, employees, suppliers, investors. Third, that there's a different type of leadership that's focused on that higher purpose of the business and is serving the stakeholders. And fourth, you have to create a culture in the organization that allows people to flourish, that helps them to reach their higher potentials in life.
Of course, this isn't the first attempt by companies to look beyond their duty to make money for shareholders. Corporate social responsibility has been in vogue for some years. Mr. Mackey, however, sees his particular strain of capitalism as more of a break from many companies' strict focus on profit, although he admits that it isn't an easy model to adapt.
The profit-centered business model is very simple. It's just, how do we make more money? And to think about fulfilling your higher purpose and making more money is certainly, it's a little more difficult and a little more complex.
It's a big challenge for any business to try and turn a profit and ensure benefits for everyone involved. These problems become even more pronounced as the business grows. Neal's Yard Dairy began its life in 1979 as a small London cheesemaker. It now specialises in selling about 550 tonnes of British and Irish cheeses to the world each year.
A couple of years ago, one of our suppliers got into trouble in terms of the quality of the cheese that they were making. And when we went up to reduce the order, he said, well, who am I supposed to sell it to? At which point we worked out that we were selling roughly 90% of his production. We lent him money. We helped him find an outlet for that cheese. We let the credit against that cheese run for an extremely long time, years. If we hadn't helped him, he would have stopped making cheese. and we would have been down one more territorial cheese.
It cost Neal's Yard Dairy money, but by looking out for their supplier in the short term, the company ultimately strengthened its business's position. But what about really big companies?
One of the bases of this is the belief that particularly the very large international companies are very, very powerful and that the directors have huge discretion. Actually, the evidence for this is not that great. The truth is that businesses and their directors, even the very largest businesses, have far less room for maneuver than those who espouse profit-sacrificing corporate social responsibility seem to understand.
What is clear, though, is that a business that fails to make money is no good to anyone. Lush, the ethical cosmetics manufacturer and retailer, is faced with the profit versus principle dilemma every time it puts a new product on its shelves.
You've got to have the profit to drive those things. Some of those are principles for us, so we won't move away from them. If they endanger our profit or reduce our profit, we tend to stick with the principles. That's always, a tough debate, but we tend to stick to that. But we're very profit focused as well. We're a business. You've got to have that piece in there, and we've got a statement we believe, and part of that is we believe in making a profit.
Conscious capitalism is a movement with momentum. Startups, smaller companies, and even a few larger ones like Whole Foods have adopted its principles. But can the biggest listed companies afford to do so? Given their deep foundations in shareholder value and self-interest, I have my doubts. Andrew Hill, Financial Times, London.
Right. So let me bring up back again. So if you listen to the world, at first it's very interesting, right? Let me see. Whoa.
Regent Street in the heart of London's West End has for hundreds of years been a centre for businesses trying to turn a profit. Nowadays, companies are increasingly setting wider priorities, including the welfare of their staff, their suppliers, and the planet.
Is everyone can still hear
the
music?
Model, what will that mean for their business?
Narration?
John Mackey is the co-founder and co-chief executive of Whole Foods Market, an American food retailer, which...
Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is what interesting when the hosts say, I doubt it, can the big corporation do such a thing like conscious capitalism? I doubt it. And this is, I think, the momentum for all of us as the young generation, looking at the pandemic as the starting point and understanding that this is the momentum for all of us to start the business with conscious capitalism, to understand, to make profit, not just to making profit, but you have a higher purpose in life to make other things better. And this is, I think, where the business information system and every one of us have to stand down, step up, and to understand this is the momentum for all of us to do this. And nowadays in Indonesia, you will see a lot of new businesses grow based on social entrepreneurship. People working on the area to help the SDG grow and to make the business more impactful to others. So if you can see this 4 area of conscious capitalism, first is, I think, the one that very important is to understand that we have higher purpose, not just to making money, but we understand that making other people better. I think that's one of the key principle. And conscious leadership, you all are leader. You all are people who will change the world. And to understand that a lot of followers will follow you to understand what you are going to do. Stakeholder orientation. This is not about making the corporate better, but to make everyone better, to make the suppliers better. It's interesting to see the video where in the pure capitalism, the cheese maker will be kicked out from the supply chains if he don't make up a certain quality required by the principle. But in conscious capitalism, is actually the different way around. It's actually helping those people who have low quality, increasing them to better quality, and together they grow the business. So conscious really is about understanding, kesadaran in bahasa Indonesia, to understand that through us we can create this together. And being Asian, being Indonesian, I think we have this such of cultures to care about other people. So it is within us, you know, conscious capitalism is within us. It's something that is already inside. We just need to evoke, we need to understand that through this collaboration, through this different initiative, we can somehow create this understanding better. This is some simple visual that we all tend to look. This is called gotong royong in bahasa Indonesia. It's actually working together. And this is part of a very crucial identity of Indonesia that is actually part of the conscious capitalism. This is, sorry in bahasa, but in number 11, you see this is the value of gotong royong, care about other people. This is the reason why a lot of people value the Indonesian somehow, because we have tend to have such a spirit. And I think the same way apply to almost Asian people, where we actually working within close cultures, family issues. And this is, I think, a very simple way to connect the dot from conscious, from community to capitalism. Now, within my 20 years of experience working with different small, medium enterprises, I intend to look at these three types of people. One is called universe. This is type of entrepreneurs that are working in a concept of a larger, bigger, you know, better. This is kind of a startup to always looking for opportunity to grow. But I also look some people who actually being on the position of what I call comfort plus. This is a position where, you know, you're happy with yourself. You know, you don't have to do anything. I'm working with the momentum. You know, if the opportunity is good, then I go. If not, I'm just stay still. Okay. So the third one is actually growing very rapidly in most urban city in Indonesia and in the world is the artisan. This is type of entrepreneurs. It's actually very high standard, very high quality, and mostly they all have these social issues coming in within the business, in which I refer to social enterprises. And the artisan somehow now blend in as well as the universe. If you see the Whole Food and Lush as the cosmetic company, it's all big company. Body Shop is also wants to be an artisan company and growing as big as the universe, you know. So this is, I think, a good way to understand. And out there, we all going to meet with these three type of characters and somehow blend within each other. But you have to understand, being a conscious capitalism this day is very rare, like that host mentioned on the video I just mentioned. Being a conscious capitalism is somehow can be criticized for not making enough money for the company. So I want you to be aware on this. I think within the next 5-10 years, the concept of conscious capitalism within our country becoming more clearer. And I think this is the job that everyone else have to do to make the understanding of this initiative. So you have to accept the truth that we're all different. You know, when you choose the path of conscious capitalism, you understand that you are not just a common businessman. You are not just the common entrepreneurs. You know, you are an entrepreneur with a plus sign, with a mark sign, which you have a higher purpose, you have a higher impact. You are working not just for the money, but you are working for something even greater than that. And then you will have a lot of difficulties in the society nowadays if you start to wasting your money, you know, to things that is not related to wealth creation or profitability. I like this quote, and it says, "A ship is always safe at the shore, but that is not what it's built for." And I think, again, we study in a very good university. You know, we are equipped with knowledge and values. I think we have to go out there and to challenge this this world and try to make it better through 17 SDG that already declared. And you can do that. You know, it's the way is going to be hard. Is a process, but I think if you understand now that the world is getting better, digitalization is growing, and I think the opportunity for all of us connected to each other and helping each other to different continents and different countries, I think that is how to make this initiative even bigger and better. This is in Bahasa. I remember my dad once when he sent me to the States, he said that you go there, you know, you learn. You learn as high as possible. You coming back home and you build your country. And I remember this. This is a wake-up call from me. I was once working in the creative industry, you know, making different ads, commercial for, you know, big corporation, international corporation. And in 2006, I found my call. I found my destiny. I know what I have to do. I know what I have to contribute. That's why I start all this journey with the TV program and everything else, because I know that every one of us have to contribute something to the world. And being an activist, being a person like you in the business field, in information field, is somehow not just the job, you know, but it's also a call for us to make a better in our community. Yeah, you see, this is brand adventures. This is the process that take me all over the place. And this initiative is actually getting better for the last 3 years. We even have a chance to meet up with Mr. President for the first time because of the program and because of our initiative. And I believe that every one of us, if we do something good, we have this opportunity to create impact and becoming the key opinion leader in our field. So it's better to be a lonely lion than a popular sheep. I think this is true for those who believe and care about making impact, making a difference. But to do that, you need to establish an alternative channel of distribution. You need to work with a lot of people. You need to work with different channels, not within our system, but actually outside of the system. And if you understand that since 1989, when we start to understand the world of digital, you know, when we start to understand Facebook, we start to understand social media, then we understand that this is the time for us to grow. You know, this is our time. As a matter of fact, digitalization is actually the way to help small, medium enterprises to excel in the way that people never think before. So this is not the technology that favor bigger corporation. Social media now becoming the tool for the small businesses to be able to compete with the big businesses. And 20 years ago, you don't have a chance to do this. And to be the student who understand that this is the momentum, I think you have to take advantage out of this. And I think the society, the ecosystem will willing to help everyone else to make better business, better consciousness. And I think this is one of the reasons why we are here today in this forum. So community is the key to do this initiative in terms of conscious capitalism. You need to have a lot of friends. You need to have a lot of compatriots. You need to have people who believe on your values, believe in your process. And that is what happened, as well as the way myself working as a brand adventure, as a brand activist. You know, since the program launched, I think over 67 activists is actually registered in our community, coming from 45 cities. You know, last year I invited them to come over to Jakarta and to see each other for the first time, and we become a bigger community together. And then we come and to sit down to talk to the local and to leader of the businesses. We came to visit one of the most popular icon of the business, the owner of Lipo Group. If you remember, we also stopped by to meet up with William Tanuwijaya, is the founder of Tokopedia, is the one who actually sit down in the middle. And the community has this power. We have this power to create conversation to a bigger company, to bigger authority, because we focus on the values. We focus on what we believe, that we can change the world, we can change Indonesia with understanding, creating the best or the most prominent local brand in Indonesia. So I think that's my point to all of you today, to understand that conscious capitalism is out there. United Nations has declared 17 SDG. This is part of our responsibility to be part of this problem and to solve the problem through our discipline, to our skill, and working together, join forces with different communities, and start to make the world better, start to make the community better. So go out there, be present, show your colors, join organization, not just staying in the school, but you share, make a conversation, be vocal, execute, be an icon, use your superpower. So that's it, folks. That's all I can share, and I hope you understand, you enjoy, and don't forget to get connected within each other, and I hope to see you all soon.
For the participants that perhaps have any question, we are going to open a Q&A session, and we present this chance for the participants to raise hand in Zoom call and ask questions to Bapak Arto Biantoro. We present the chance. Thank you.
You can raise your hand on the Zoom, and if you guys had any questions. Well, I think social media has a really great impact for small businesses to grow, yeah, Bel. Oh, Borju, one of the participants from Borju has asked a question. Jingga Mutiara, you may ask your question.
Thank you. Mr. Arto Biantoro, my name is Jingga from Tim Borju, and I'd like to ask a question based on your presentation earlier. So my question is on your statement that conscious capitalism is often criticized due to not making enough money. Does it mean that ethical practice of business and capitalism is like two things that can be done simultaneously, or well, I'd like to ask what exactly it means. And then the second is that how does conscious capitalism helps business on their branding? Thank you.
Right. I think it's easier to answer the second question first, because now if you're working on the area of branding, the concept of branding is create differentiation, is create what things that we've done that other people don't. So when you talk about conscious capitalism, definitely this is a proposition that we can use in our business to say that, hey, I'm working on the area of businesses that actually helping us or nurturing woman empowerment. So when you talk about woman empowerment, embedded that to our business, I think that creates differences, not only a product, but also as well the total vision of the company. I think if you see a lot of places in Bali, there's one farming area called Munti Gunung. This is an area where a lot of farmers, majority women, working in the field of agriculture, growing crops and things like that. And when you pack that with a good product, and you pack that with a good packaging, a good narration of the story, who actually behind the product, and you send it to your market, to your consumers, then your consumer will understand that this is not just a product, but this is the product created by a woman, created by mother, created by people in the rural area that actually beneficiary to all of us. So when you embedded that story to your company, when you embedded that ideas to your brand suddenly becoming, different, becoming interesting to some of the people. You're not just selling the product, but you're also selling the story. So that is, I think, number two, where how conscious capitalism can actually help the brand. If you read the book, and I just realized that actually conscious capitalism grow the company profit up to 10 times. Whole Food Company just stated using the new system, the new thinking of conscious capitalism, the whole shareholder, it's not only just a stakeholder, but it's not, the whole stakeholder, not just the shareholder, is actually helping promoting the product together because of the same principle and the same initiative. It's not about, you pushing the boundaries, you pushing people to work harder, but we all working together. And this is, I think, the reason why today the message can go very easy, spread to different places, because a lot of people have heart and willingness to promote the same product. So I think in the simple word is about collaboration, kerjasama bareng-bareng, grow up, bikin farmersnya terkenal, bikin suppliernya terkenal, then everyone is actually try to promote the product together. Now, the first question when you talk about, can it be blend? Of course, now with social capitalism, conscious capitalism, you understand that capitalism has a new partner. Being conscious is the way to redeem our what I call nafsu, keinginan, willingness, needs to make just money. But this is a new term. This is a new thinking. It's not common. I think you just heard conscious capitalism today, but it's actually been known 7 years ago. But not until now today in Indonesia. So I think it's just about time if we all together working together to promote this new economic term and advocate that and execute that in our level. I think that will be great.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So now I kind of understand that conscious capitalism helps company in branding through aiming for a higher purpose and valuing more than a goal. Is that true?
Yes, that is totally
okay.
true.
Thank you, Mr. Arto.
You're welcome.
Are there any further questions from the other team, perhaps? Because remember, guys, this Q&A session will be very beneficial when you guys answer your case competition.
Someone in the studio would like to ask a question, if that's okay. There's a question. What are the tricks to balance branding and marketing in company?
Yeah, can you say it again?
Okay. What are the tricks to balance branding and marketing in a company?
Well, actually, branding is a way of creating differences, and in the practice of branding, you have all these different discipline. Marketing is one of them, but design is one of them, but IT, is also one of them. So I look branding in 11 area of disciplines where all are connected to working each other. So when you create the process of branding within the company, is not merely only focusing on good design and good marketing. It's actually combination of management, finance, technology, human resources, design, of course, communication, PR, research, and this is all need to be blend together. I believe company who practice branding in a way go through its foundation, by process and understanding each layer of branding, I think have more chances to be successful out there than focusing only on marketing strategy only. The product who doesn't have any strength, a product who actually just so will impossible to be better in marketing. So if you want to do something better in business, you have to start with the wow product. You have to start with the wow reason, and this is wow reason coming from branding. And one of them is using conscious capitalism approach to create differentiation of the product. And once you have that branding strong, then you can always use marketing to push the product to the bigger audience. So remember, if you don't start with the good product, we don't start with the good problem, okay, in your area, in your case, you don't start with the good issues. There's no such a way you can come out with the output that people actually willing to wait for. And this is very important for all of us as information system analysts. It's actually to find the right reason and to find the proper reason to identify the problem and to execute that, executing it in a way that valued to everyone once the system is done. Yeah, I think. Sure.
Sir Arto Biantoro, we have another question from the studio. From your experience, can you give us some stories about socialpreneur and how would they thrive in this pandemic, especially financially?
Right. Okay. So there's one area in near Jakarta, to be exact, in Bogor, where this one kampung is a small village that famous with social enterprises initiative. It's called Salam Rancage. You guys can Googling it in the internet. It's called Salam Rancage. It's actually a social enterprises initiated by a lady who gather a lot of ibu-ibu, mothers within the kampung to work on the craft output, on the craft product. It's actually a product created by papers, by old papers, koran, newspaper, used one, and it's actually created and become a very beautiful home decors. So what's interesting about it is that the whole village, the whole kampung, is actually working together. Each houses created this one product and then submitted to Salam Rancage as the ecosystem. And the story of Salam Rancage is actually becoming very well known because of the initiative to create empowerment to mothers, to women, working with such a product like craft. So they able to send this product in some point of time to overseas, to Canada, to Australia, to America, as the brand called Salam Rancage, where each of the mother, each of the woman there have their own signature in each of the craft they created. This is becoming a story that empowering a lot of people and creating a lot of relationship within the companies. In some point of time, I remember the owner, Mbak Aling Nur Naluri, is actually visited by American and Canadian to Indonesia to meet up directly to this woman to know who actually behind the product. And this is becoming national exposures. Is Mbak Aling with Salam Rancage and para ibu in the village is covered in serious stories in television and radio, and that area becoming very well known as a social initiative impact area. Because of the pandemic, the home decoration and craft business actually slowing down. They start to build new business on agriculture. Planting a good rempah-rempah. What do you call rempah-rempah? Anyone know how to call rempah-rempah? Spices, yes. So they planting spices in their home garden, and collecting them, and they sell it to corporation. And because they already
Bapak Artobiantoro, we're very sorry, but you're muted.
yes. Okay, so during the lifetime of pandemic, the craft business actually slowing down. So what it did is actually they start pivoting to spices businesses. They plant spices in their home garden and collecting them. But since they actually have the Salam Rancage brand name and actually well known as a woman empowerment businesses, they are very easy to actually sell the product again through this different initiative using the same brand name. And I think that is the power of branding. That is the power of a community, the power of storytelling, where you can actually doing the pivoting in this era. And I think that's one of the successful story. And they actually, if you Googling now, they start doing mass initiative with other women within the area. And I think it's really good. It's really well. And I'm very happy for them.
Artobiantoro for the answer. Yes, thank you so much, Sir Artobiantoro, for the wonderful speech. And it is such an honor to have... Oh, I think we have another question from one of the participants. Oh, okay. Never mind. So, thank you so much for Sir Artobiantoro for the wonderful speech, and it is truly an honor for us to have a guest speaker, you as a guest speaker. Now we're going to have a QR code for those who want to redeem their SAT points for Binusian students. You may scan this exit form to redeem your SAT points for Binusians only.
able to take some few points from Mr. Arto Biantoro and solve it for the future case. Well, guys, if you have any other further questions, don't worry. Later we will have a dedicated Q&A session, and right now we're going to have a commercial break.
We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Tetes air mata basahi pipiku di saat seperti ini.
Mungkinkah ku bayar belanja tanpa sentuhan?
Pengen streaming konser metal. Mungkin dong kan pakai debit TCA, tapi jangan lupa aktivasi dulu. Biarlah hanya HP yang kau sentuh, bayar belanja tinggal scan QR aja. BCA Mobile membuat semua jadi mudah.
QT was probably one of the greatest experiences that I've had, and it really taught me not only about the value of education, learning, but also of people, and that's what we've applied here at Tanda, and that's why we've been so successful.
About halfway through my degree, there was this program that QT ran where you could work for a year within an industry partner, and you got course credits for it. It really accelerated my knowledge in terms of actually taking the stuff I'd been learning and like writing code all day, and it also taught me how to talk to customers, how to think about the product and the marketing and side of things, and not just it's purely about the code, and really take the stuff I've been learning and find a practical application for it.
My time at QT definitely helped with being able to do a project where you're starting at the very beginning and then ideating it and then executing it right at the end has helped in a place like Tanda where that's a valued skill.
University is more than just lectures, labs and libraries. So really it's about getting involved beyond that and getting involved in things like student activities, student clubs, really where you're going to meet the people who are cross-discipline.
It's very easy to sort of learn this stuff and improve your skills on your own time, but what's really valuable is finding other people who also share the same values as you and want to create the same things you want to create, and just figuring out how you can take what you're learning in the classroom with these people and go and apply it to other stuff.
To be a successful graduate, you need to continue learning and have that thirst for continuous improvement.
Go to university to find your team and find the people you really like working with, and then figure out what you can do together from there.
Get involved in the clubs, get involved in the environment, get involved in the atmosphere, because it's the people that you meet that will determine your success.
Studying a Bachelor of Information Technology at QUT is like opening a door into a garden of opportunity, a place where you can cultivate your future. IT is a key growth area, and moreover, information technology skills are the foundation to many careers outside the technology sector. The opportunities are endless. As more companies undergo digital transformation, in-demand IT roles will shift now and into the future to include positions focused on advanced technologies, such as artificial intelligence, data management, business intelligence, security analysis, and network analysis. Demand for IT professionals will continue to grow at a pace that is unmatched in many other industries. A mix of technology and business skills will be needed for nearly every IT position. QUT's IT degree will prepare you for those opportunities. QUT has a strong reputation for providing a high-quality overall learning experience to its students. We are rated amongst the top 10 universities across Australia and New Zealand for computer science. And according to the Times World University Rankings 2019, QUT is in the top 100 universities worldwide for computer science. Many organisations come back year after year to recruit QUT graduates due to our students having the relevant skills and expertise. This is because we provide the perfect balance between theory and practical skills. A great example of an organisation hiring QUT IT graduates is a homegrown success story, Tanda.
Tetes air mata basahi pipiku di saat seperti ini.
Mungkinkah ku bayar belanja tanpa sentuhan?
Pengen streaming konser metal. Mungkin dong kan pakai debit BCA, tapi jangan lupa aktivasi dulu. Biarlah hanya HP yang kau sentuh, bayar belanja tinggal scan QR aja. BCA Mobile membuat semua jadi mudah.
QUT was probably one of the greatest experiences that I've had, and it really taught me not only about the value of education, learning, but also of people, and that's what we've applied here at Tanda, and that's why we've been so successful.
About halfway through my degree, there was this program that QUT ran where you could work for a year within an industry partner, and you got course credits for it. It really accelerated my knowledge in terms of actually taking the stuff I'd been learning and like writing code all day, and it also taught me how to talk to customers, how to think about the product and the marketing and side of things, and not just things purely about the code, and really take the stuff I've been learning and find a practical application for it.
My time at QUT definitely helped with being able to do a project where you're starting at the very beginning and then ideating it and then executing it right at the end has helped in a place like Tanda where that's a valued skill.
University is more than just lectures, labs and libraries. So really it's about getting involved beyond that and getting involved in things like student activities, student clubs, really where you're going to meet the people who are cross-discipline.
It's very easy to sort of learn this stuff and improve your skills on your own time, but what's really valuable is finding other people who also share the same values as you and want to create the same things you want to create, and just figuring out how you can take what you're learning in the classroom with these people and go and apply it to other stuff.
To be a successful graduate, you need to continue learning and have that thirst for continuous improvement.
Go to university to find your team and find the people you really like working with, and then figure out what you can do together from there.
Get involved in the clubs, get involved in the environment, get involved in the atmosphere, because it's the people that you meet that will determine your success.
Studying a Bachelor of Information Technology at QUT is like opening a door into a garden of opportunity, a place where you can cultivate your future. IT is a key growth area, and moreover, information technology skills are the foundation to many careers outside the technology sector. The opportunities are endless. As more companies undergo digital transformation, in-demand IT roles will shift now and into the future to include positions focused on advanced technologies, such as artificial intelligence, data management, business intelligence, security analysis, and network analysis. Demand for IT professionals will continue to grow at a pace that is unmatched in many other industries. A mix of technology and business skills will be needed for nearly every IT position. QUT's IT degree will prepare you for those opportunities. QUT has a strong reputation for providing a high-quality overall learning experience to its students. We are rated amongst the top 10 universities across Australia and New Zealand for computer science. And according to the Times World University Rankings 2019, QUT is in the top 100 universities worldwide for computer science. Many organisations come back year after year to recruit QUT graduates due to our students having the relevant skills and expertise. This is because we provide the perfect balance between theory and practical skills. A great example of an organisation hiring QUT IT graduates is a homegrown success story, Tanda. This company is a brainchild of 3 QUT students. They developed a rostering system to help manage the Student Union Guild Bar, which grew into a business offering time and attendance solutions for over 70,000 people in businesses worldwide, including Bunnings, Domino's, and Telstra. The Tanda management team regularly hire QUT graduates because they know what they are capable of. You will gain professional experience as part of your QUT IT degree. One way is through the completion of a capstone project. You will be provided with the opportunity to work with industry partners on a range of projects to develop a technology artifact, such as a software application, a business process model, or network design. This final year project is developed in conjunction with a real-world client and is showcased at the Games and IT Showcase at the end of your 3rd year. We have diverse industry connections, which ensures our IT course stays relevant across industries, including technology, aviation, finance, security, and the public sector. QUT's IT degree is accredited by the Australian Computer Society, ACS. Given eligibility for ACS membership, recognition by ACS for certification, and migration skills assessment, and international recognition by signatories for the Seoul Accord. Essentially, that means you will be ready to build a successful IT career around the world. Career opportunities are abundant, and depending on your major, you will be prepared to work for roles such as an enterprise architect, chief information officer, data mining specialist, mobile application developer, systems analyst, user experience designer, or security analyst. So why should you study a Bachelor of IT at QUT? The course is well recognised both locally and globally. We provide students with a unique educational experience, balancing practice and theory with industry-driven projects. And we'll provide you with the best opportunities to succeed in your chosen IT career.
Welcome to BINUS at Senayan. Today I want to invite you to look around and find out what's on our campuses, GWC campus and FX campus. So follow me. This is the library.
Our wide selection of books and other publications will enable the students to learn more and look for various reference materials. Our libraries at GWC and FX campuses are also equipped with reading area and pieces that you can fully utilize.
This is the computer laboratory.
The computer laboratory is designed to support our computer-based learning activities and can be used by all students for certain courses.
This is the auditorium.
Our auditorium at GWC and FX campuses can be used for public lectures, seminars, talk show, or by the students to do collaborative tasks. So many outstanding and prominent figures have appeared here.
This is the mini theater room.
We do not only have regular classrooms here. Our JWC campus is also equipped with several mini theater classrooms for certain courses to enhance your learning experience.
This is the modular class.
The modular class is a special classroom that was designed to encourage the students to interact with each other better and execute group projects like professionals. Let's learn to work together as a team for an excellent future.
This is the admission and student service.
We are striving to provide you with excellent and personalized services. You can inquire for the university administration procedures here at the student services.
This is the lecture service.
Here at the lecturer services, you can ask for information regarding lecturers or to meet directly with a lecturer.
This is the student lounge.
Do you need a space to hold small group discussion or simply to relax and have fun? Here, we have a student lounge for you. And yes, the student lounge can be used by all students. This is the meeting room. Our meeting rooms are available for all students who need a private place to discuss and brainstorm. Oh, of course, you also can do your group projects here. This is the Mac room. We believe that finest facilities are required to complement your skill set in creating excellent design, and we provide you with the Mac room exactly for that reason. This is the pattern room. The pattern room is a specialized classroom for pattern making and designing blueprint for your fashion collection. Your magnificent creations start here. This is the sewing room. In this room, you can learn to actualize your design and concept in fashion. The sewing room is equipped with various instruments such as sewing machine, heat press machine, and overlocking machine. This is the drawing room. The drawing room is one of the students' favorite studios because in the studio, students have the freedom to work with easel facilities, drawing desks, and adjusted artistic tools. The studio is also equipped with a movable stage for drawing models and of course a movable board and portable projector. This is the pre-press room. The small convenience studio has the main function of facilitating tasks based on craftsmanship skill. The studio is equipped with a printer, paper cutting, binding machine, and of course a Mac computer that meets international class standards as well as the standards of the creative industry. The studio is also very conducive for students in doing mock-up for presentation purpose. This is the photography room. photography room is a studio that supports a lot of students' needs in doing their assignments, both for photography and other tasks related to photography. The studio is fully loaded with appropriate solid equipment that lets students produce visual photography projects and also explore their creative layers such as studio lighting and background devices.
This is the communication room.
Designed to encourage interaction and participation, this communication lounge is a place to sharpen the students' communication skills through various activities like press conference exercises, open seminars, and much more.
Yes, I'm guessing you can hear me. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm very delighted and honored to. Hello. Thank you so much for inviting me to this very prestigious event. I'm very honored and delighted. And I was asked by your colleagues there who are also organizing this event to speak more on the digitizing UMKM. I'm guessing because I'm giving them lectures on e-commerce. So how we can actually transform small, medium enterprises to in this digital era. So before that, let me introduce myself first. For those of you who are not BINUSian, who are not studying in BINUS University. My name is Rain Swadamara. I received my bachelor degree from computer science from Institut Pertanian Bogor, and also for my master degree, also for computer science, also at Institut Pertanian Bogor. And then I received a scholarship from the AAD Germany for my PhD at the University of Duisburg-Essen in Germany. So that's where I got my Dr. Engineering actually, from Germany. And a bit of a background of myself is that in addition to teaching at BINUS University, and of course having the background on computer science and computer engineering, I also have been, throughout my life, I've worked with the government of Indonesia, where I was also involved in small, medium enterprises and how to make people, market their products and then produce their products and then market their products and then distribute their products. I've also worked with international organizations. I've also been involved with the United Nations and and also as academia. So I was given the topic of digitizing SMEs or digitizing UMKM. This is a very interesting topic where I think now is the very best timing where we can actually digitize anything at all, including, of course, SME, right? And now in this pandemic situation, in this pandemic era, most people are, I think, people tend to see it from the unproductive side or from the negative side of not having to be able to give more or push their limits more. But now is the best time, the best era. I mean, it's given to us, for us who are actually working with technology. We can digitalize everything that we see surrounding us. We have more than ever more time given to us to do everything at home, but we are also the situation now also demand us to be able to be more productive, right? So and then we listened to our previous speaker. He mentioned about this related to the SDG goals. Yes, of course. I mean, I have a whole other presentation where we can relate everything with the SDG goals, because now if we relate our business into that direction, it will be acceptable anywhere, not only in Indonesia, but also globalized. Yeah, so that's one thing that we have to be concerned of as well. Okay, so let me go back to where I was given the mandate to do for today, which is digitizing SMEs. I'm guessing I'm giving the co-host already, so can I share my screen, guys?
Yes, miss, you can.
Yes, I can. All right, okay. Okay, let me know if you can see my screen or not.
Yes, we can see your screen, miss.
Okay. So, hold on. This is the next one that I'm supposed to be sharing. Let me stop sharing again and let me get the right one. Okay, you can see me, right? You can see my screen, right? Yes. Okay, so so we're talking more into digitizing the SMEs now. As you know, the SMEs, it plays a very important role in the change of technology and also innovation. It creates an additional sense of competition, whilst at the same time, it also provides a mechanism for regeneration. It contributes to international competition. It creates jobs. It contributes to economic growth. Okay, before I go on to my next screen, what do you have in your mind when I mentioned about digitizing SMEs? Probably you can share it in the chat box. What comes inside your mind when I mention about digitizing or digitalization? Let me know what you think so we are on the same page. Or you can just, unmute yourself if that's allowed. But if not, then you can just, let me know what you think when you think of digitalization. Okay, going once, twice, third. No one's participating in our chat box?
Perhaps digitizing could be using technology for human advancement.
Who's talking now?
Mabel.
Can you introduce yourself?
Mabel, Miss Mabel. From the studio.
Yeah, because I'm looking at my screen. I'm not. I don't dare to see other screen because I'm going to mess up my presentation if I'm seeing other screens. So just let me know who's talking. Yes, all right. Go ahead, Mabel.
I think digitizing is perhaps utilization of technology to enhance human involvement, perhaps, Miss?
Right. Okay. Anything else? I'm seeing database, e-commerce, right? That's the main activity that we're going to be talking about, e-commerce. Improving efficiency, great. Of course. I mean, why do something different if it's not improving our daily life, if it's not improving any efficiency? Business automation, great. You guys are all in track. Reducing costs, wow, okay, we're talking business now. Integrating technology to small, medium business process to enhance their efficiency. Yeah, we're talking about the time, efficiency, and effectiveness. Going online and expand market. Yes, I agree with you. Of course, we need to expand our market, and through digitizing our market or our product, we can actually reach to market that are not reachable for us before because of the the barrier of the location. We can actually now go to places that are not able for us to reach physically, but now we're able to do it because of this digitalization, right? Big data analysis, great. Okay, guys, thank you so much for your participation. The list can go on and on and on. So so let's just continue. So you have it all. We're talking about innovation, we're talking about big data, digitalization, blockchains, platform, artificial intelligence, design thinking, trends, everything that got to do with the high technology, digitalization. That's all about digitizing. Mabel, can you remind me what time I have to be finished for my speaking session? So I can control my... I tend to talk a lot, so let me know what time is the session given to me until
11:50, Miss.
Oh, okay. I have all the time. All right, great, guys. So why do you think digitizing your business matters? Now, customers now and then, they expect every organization to deliver products and services swiftly with a seamless user experience. And often they are really demanding a radical overhaul of your business process. So you really need to do something about this SME of yours if you are working in the area of or you are thinking of producing your own small or medium enterprises, or if you have your own. The only constant in retail is change. You have this phrase that says, you have to change. If you don't change, you die. So what's changing now is that everything becomes digitalized. So you have to also do that with your business. So SMEs has to also follow the trend that everything is changing now. So technology will empower you to stay fit and grow in this changing trend. So yeah, so you always have to follow what's happening. Don't be only conventional method is needed, but you also have to follow what's happening around you. Technology for SMEs, we have 3 C's for modern retail. The first is competition. You need competition. This can somehow wake up the tiger inside yourself. If you're doing things only by yourself, you think that you're the only one that's doing this, and you kind of like think that, okay, no one else is doing this, so I can do whatever I want. It doesn't really bring up. You don't push yourself to the limit if you don't have this competition. You need to have challenge, and you have to have change when doing something to make your SME even moving forward. So constant overhauling of business model for growth and success of retail. That's the key point actually for technology for SMEs. The business success elements you have to take into account is the sale, the stock, the staffing itself, the area or the scope of your business, where you're targeting it, what products you're selling it, the actual customers, who is your target market, and the margin. You have to make benefits if you are producing or selling something. You have to also take into account the expenses, so you make sure that you get something back in return. You get benefit instead of losing whatever you have started in the beginning. You take care also of the supplier and also the administration. Administration is really important because then you know and you can check whether your balance is according to what you have planned when you started your business. The business success elements is that, first of all, of course, you have to think of a good idea that is original for you, right? Something innovation, something that people are not yet implementing this, something that's originally yours and it's something that people need. That's also a very strong word in having your business success. If it's not needed by anyone, so why even think about having it? Because then you don't have anyone who you can market your product, right? So you have to make sure that it is needed and you have a specific target market where you can sell your idea and sell your product. And then you have to try and you have to do it again and do it again, keep on doing until you success. There's always a saying that, you can't just give up on business. You know you're going to fail the minute you think that you're going to make business. You have to be prepared for yourself. I mean, if you think you jump into this business area and then you fail on the first time when you actually do this, and then you're not prepared to wake up again and then do your business again. So there's a slight chance of you having the success. I mean, you have to be aware that the best way to learn something is to actually by doing it, and then failure is actually the best way for you to understand and learn from your mistakes. Of course, it's always easy to say, but hard to implement. I know that. I mean, I've also tried this as well. There are some moments where you are unmotivated and then you don't think that you can be able to push away your limits. That's where you have to find the right environment for you to keep on, go back into the track again. So these elements are, you have to be scientifically planned. So you have to do your homework first. You have to do your research first. You have to know what you're out into for. You have to know what you are going to be swimming, on which ocean that you are going to be swimming with. Sensibly execute it, so you know the time, the target. It's very reasonable for you to have a milestone, very reasonable for you to have goals. Get yourself organized, that's what I'm trying to say here. So if you know that, so you have a specific milestone that you want to reach, and then if you don't reach it by this target that you have planned in advance, so what you need to do is you have to rethink of it and then try other methods. You can expect a success if you're continuing doing the same thing over and over again. I mean, you can't expect to have something different as an output if you're doing the same thing over and over again, right? So you have to kind of like have a backup plan. It's really important when you are doing your business and having lots of plan A all the way to Z if you have to. I mean, this is one way of getting yourself not giving up before you succeed, right? I mean, you've heard of many successful entrepreneurs where they have go back and forth, up and down their lives, trying to save their business. Try to read this types of books, motivational stories, and then you'll get yourself motivated. Purposely supervised, meaning that there's someone who can you can also consult, someone to talk to you, someone to guide you along the way. Make an analytical review. You analyze how you move forward into this and effectively controlled. So whether it's still on target, whether it's still on track. So these are the elements that you need to put in mind to have a business successful. You follow the trends and also the opportunities. You see what's happening and then you follow that and treat that as an opportunity. Now, as you know, we don't know when we will be back again to the real world from this pandemic area. So in the beginning, in the early March, you may think that, okay, this is going to take around 2 weeks, 1 month. We can deal with this, and then we tend to do our task. We tend to, stop our activity, put everything in pending mode that time back then in March. But then when we go to the month of April, May, June, July, we realize that, hey, this is not going even better. It's kind of like going in. You can see the number of the cases of corona increasing every day. We're still looking at 3,000 cases every day, and we haven't have any. In other countries, they're raising at the moment where they have only zero. They already have 0 cases. They already have 1 or 2 cases. But there's also countries that have already 0 cases, but then go back again into a lockdown because the cases come back and then increase again. So what I'm saying is that you take this as an opportunity for you to think of something differently and back again to digitalizing your business. So you look at the trends and the opportunities, right? The modern economy, the key features of the technology-driven SMEs is it has to be customer-driven economy. So what is the customer needs in this pandemic season, pandemic area? What is needed? It's something for you to follow the trend and look at that trend as an opportunity. So it has to be a customer-driven economy because the business environment is rapidly changing. In the beginning of the pandemic, you notice that there are many. A cafe. I'm sure most of you go to cafes and drink coffee, right? Before it's really booming where everyone is taking, drinking coffee with your friends. Now, when the pandemic, most of this entrepreneurs they change it into the 1 liter coffee, right? Where the customer can feel safe to drink something that's well packaged and not necessarily has to be. If it's in a cup, me for myself, if I buy from home, I rather buy the 1 liter coffee because it's well packed and it's closed and sealed, rather than having in a glass where the ice cube, I don't know, who knows when they're pouring the coffee and the ice cube into the glass, something can, maybe they were talking and then coughing or anything else. So you have to follow this changing business environment. And then you also notice that now plants, oh my God, the plants are everywhere. I'm a mom, so I stay at home also. I have children. All this community is like they are tend to have plants everywhere now. Now you see the word, you can see most of my friends' Instagram are filled with plants. All this beautiful monstera, all this beautiful, all this green background are also filling my Instagram pages now. So this is the changing business environment. So we have to follow the trend, what's happening. And from there, creativity-driven entrepreneurial economy this is what I'm saying about you have to be creative. So think about something that is outside the box. You've heard this over and over. I'm sure that you've heard this several times, but this is really the time for you to get creative and think of something that people can just be slacking in their couch, watching TV with their family, but can get something that they want right to their doors. So be creative. And for that to happen this is where for you students that are developing any e-commerce, this is the chance for you to actually play around with it. Being a student is really nice because you don't get judged. And you can fail, and then you can try again. You can fail. You can do the trial and errors anytime you want because you have all the time in the world, right? But as I said, you have to have a limit. You have to also have a goal. Globalization in the term of think also that first of all, SMEs usually are targeted into the small medium enterprise, right? But you can also think about having your product globalized. I mean, this is the era where there is no boundaries, there is no limit of selling product, buying product across the continent, across the country. All you need to do is making the right tool, making the right setup, making the right pathway for you to get your product globalized. Shortening the life cycle of the product and service, this is also important. All this hustle of administration, you can try to cut it off and make it something more simplified. So the key features of modern SMEs, of course, it has to be technology powered, creative and innovative, opportunity driven, empowered by people, extend enterprises, and it engage customers. In creating the market opportunities itself, the change in customer needs, you have to have the changes in technology, changes in government regulation, opening up new geographical markets. This is when I'm mentioning about globalization. Talking about changes in technology, now we are entering into the industrial revolution 4.0, where we also have to integrate this SMEs into this 4.0 industrial revolution, where we have to have the right technoware, we have to have the right humanware, we have to have the right infoware, and also the organware, right? We have to make sure that the people, not only the changes in the technology, but we have to also I think as a academician, and also for the government, it's important to have its society to be melek technology in Indonesia, or digital literacy. So the government, I think, has the most role in making the society to be digital literacy, where they empower the people, give them more acknowledgement, give them more knowledge, not acknowledgement, give them more knowledge on how they can they can survive during this pandemic era if they are more prepared and given all these trainings on how they can digitalize their SME. The changes in the government regulation, that's also one of the ways on doing that. I was actually reading before I joined the seminar that for the national midterm development, or if you are aware of the RPJMN in Indonesia, that's the rencana jangka panjang dan menengah in Indonesia. Now we are entering the RPJMN, rencana pembangunan jangka menengah 2020-2024, where 50% of this SMEs are targeted to go digital. Why not 100%? Because not all enterprises are capable, or not capable, are intended to be digitalized. There are also some UMKM that are lebih pas ke arah conventional. It's more and more, you know, more into the direction of conventional. So it will never be 100%, but the government is also targeting for all this SMEs to be digitalized 50% at least by the year of 2024. Right, especially with SMEs becoming one of the backbone of Indonesian economy. So it's really vital. That's around 62 million of SMEs in Indonesia they should be digitalized by the year of 2024. So I think the government is also doing its job, and you guys as the students who have bright futures, right? You can also support the government by educating the small SMEs with your skills and knowledge on how to help them build up their SMEs, or you yourself as the implementing. You as yourself are the one who's actually creating these SMEs. Technology. Hold on, I can't see this. Okay, technology trends, market shift. So from heavyweight now to lightweight, from acquisition to subscription. This is what I'm talking about, changes. Individual work now is collaboration now. Previously, we have all these data silos, and now we have data anywhere. Fixed office, now we're looking more into flexible office, a desktop fixed device. Now you have bring your own device. Customer service, now we are entering into the customer engagement. The top 10 SME relevant technology trends is we're looking at mobile device, bring your own device, infrastructure as a service, software as a service, mobile apps, m-commerce, augmented reality, Internet of Things, online consumerization, and also crowdfunding portals. This is really important for you who are not, who do not have in mind or no big connection to the big investors. So you can also think about crowdfunding portals. Technology leaders, business benefits, early adopters of each new wave of technology. The growth of the technology, it affects the GDP growth of the national. The revenue, it outspaced the SMEs in the revenue growth. The workforce employ more people, especially the skilled one. Management manage their employees with less efforts and more effectively. And customers are more likely to have geographically dispersed customers. The benefits of e-business, right, is for organization. There's, of course, having this e-business beneficial for everyone, organization, production, and also the customers. For organization itself, they have a more flexible infrastructure. It can enhance business intelligence and information management, better and faster decision. And then for the production itself, a higher efficiency, leaner value chain, higher employee engagement, and reduces costs. For the customer itself, it becomes more effective and efficient marketing programs, streamlined order fulfillment, and improved customer service. This is the modern technology-powered value chain where market learning, this is where the market intelligence, business intelligence, SaaS marketing, is really important for the supply chain, where you do the online search on e-procurement, automation, suggestion system, virtual team for the production process, and then it goes to the marketing and selling, where it's more technology-powered marketing, customers engagement, e-commerce as well. And the customer service is staying in touch with the customers, getting the feedback, but you can also do this as an outsourcing. So it doesn't necessarily have to be built in within the SME. The value drivers, entities that increase the values of a product or service by improving the perception of the item, essentially providing a competitive advantage. It can come from in many forms, such as cutting-edge technology, brand recognition, satisfied customers. We heard from our first speaker about brand recognition. Branding is really important. Now Indonesia is also experiencing a malnutrition, a triple burden nutrition, where at we have I don't know whether you know this or not, where we have in Indonesia, we have a case of stunting where anak kerdil ya, yang they're really short and small. We have also wasting, where really tiny, very, very skinny children we see in remote areas in Indonesia. But at the same time, we also have overweight for adults mostly. So this is a triple burden of Indonesia problem in nutrition. And one of the things that we think can help this is changing the branding of the product. So we as people who live in this modern era, we tend to look for processed food, something that is easy to eat, and then let's try to also put this branding into the labeling or the packaging of this processed food, and then try to put some nutrition into the product, and then highlight it into this label, right? So I think that's also something that's important to think about for the future. The type of technology for SMEs, we have on-site, we have an online as well, the private IS devices, local network, we have Internet of Things, the website, we have cloud computing, crowdfunding, networking, web conferencing, virtual company, online marketing. The e-commerce model, we have the B2C or the B2B, website building, education training. We can also think about simulation games, value creation, documentation, communication through presentation or visuals, management through decision making, project management, collaboration, value change management through the ERP, CRM, right? Innovation through the CAD and incubation. So why SMEs choose technology? Because it has a faster implementation time, it's easiest to deploy to employees, it has the best function, and if you do it right, you can have low prices to get more benefit at the end. The enterprise resource planning, the ERP functional areas that you have to think about is on the management accounting, financial accounting, human resource, project management, supply chain management, manufacturing, customer relationship management, and also data service. If you think of implementing this ERP benefits into the SMEs, you can save the administration costs, you can increase the total product output, reduction in the cycle time, saving on obsolete inventory, inventory cost saving, saving on operating costs, and improvement on delivery, on time delivery as well. The technology-powered marketing channels, think of marketing through the search engine. When you notice, if you yourself, you want to buy something, you go to the search engine and then you search what you want. So the marketing channels can go through the search engine where you have ads, right? And then social media, this is what's booming now. You can have your products broadcast through either Instagram or Facebook, Twitter, anything, LinkedIn. And then also having the content suitable or fitted right content, affiliate, or you can also have email blasts or SMS blasts. You can have an ad targeting. You can also try something with augmented reality. These are the technology-powered marketing channels that should be included when you are digitizing the SMEs or digitizing the UMKM. The social media tactics, you can try to engage all the social media channel, either it's through YouTube, SlideShare, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Google. I mean, now you guys are the millennial generation where social media has been becoming a part of your life, and you're the one who's actually, making all this content, making all this. This social media has actually comes to another level because you guys are really creative. Your generation are really creative, producing something that are innovative. Like every single day you can see something different, and then use this. So use this social media as your marketing strategy when you are promoting the products or promoting these SMEs. The big data for the SMEs, focus on lean data analysis, having the key benefits, uncover new insights by combining the internal and the external data, understand the market and technology trends and also the patterns, do deeper analysis of the online sales and trends, devise and fine-tuning effective marketing strategies. So how to lead the SMEs, having a good technology practices. You invest in new technologies in a smarter or more profitable way. You assess the value of the technologies in a smart way. You use online tools to harness the corporate capabilities. And then you approach the technology vendors for advice and support. And then you focus on their core competence and outsource the rest. Create innovative business combination and customer value. You leverage the new tools with flexible payment models. Use the web-based tools to manage their dispersed workforce and innovate, experiment, and embrace new business models. Okay, this is actually how, if you put yourself as the person who's doing this SMEs, you want to have your SMEs globalize. Of course, you have to have the ability to communicate with a global language, and the most common language international business is English, but the second common is Mandarin. If you have all the skills, this can make your you will have no barrier in communicating, and this is really good. The first step of having your SME globalized, you will be able to have communication with your partner. Sorry. Okay, and then you also have to have a human skills. You have to have the ability to get people involved and to lead them. You have to have a good communication skills where you can talk so much. You can try to persuade the counterparts. You can negotiate. You have to have a strong passion, motivation, develop the abilities of the staff members, and also the leadership ability. So this is more into going on how to, I mean, once the product is there, it's settled, and you have also digitalizing your SMEs, you have to have the right person who's leading or taking forward this SMEs to make it more globalized. Yeah. In addition to having the Technovate skills, having the technology and the business models, having the data-driven marketing, industry updates, so looking forward and paying close attention to the other competitors, having a lean startup, and design thinking and experience value. So what is Technovate? Technovate is technology and innovate. So you are there, you are mostly IS students, computer science students joining the seminar today. You have the technology skills. All you need to do is think of something that is innovative. So you will get a Technovate. Some samples, this commerce technology is, you can see it from, you can learn more from opening up the Amazon website, Alibaba, Rakuten, media tech, newspapers acquired by IT company, fintech. This is another way of having the bank. It's kind of raise up the question, will the banks disappear when this fintech are taking over? Auto tech, Tesla and Google. EdTech, education is becoming tech-oriented. So you, as the person who is working on this SMEs, have to change. So you become the leaders. You have to change. Product innovation, combining technology and market, right? Having the market, segmented market, captive market, brand loyalty. From the technology side, having the right core technology, derivative technology, and also the technology acquisition. Okay, let me take a drink first. I have a big aqua already prepared. Okay, been talking a lot. I think it has been around 40 minutes for me talking. So now we're trying to access the market. It should be product-centric marketing, consumer-oriented marketing, and value-driven marketing. What are the objectives, the enabling forces, how the company sees this market, the key marketing concept, the company marketing guidelines, the value proposition, and the interaction to the consumer. How you can see, several years ago, we are more into a consumer-oriented marketing. And before that, it's more into a product-centric marketing where we see SMEs are just, simply selling products. They develop their product, they develop a specification for the product. It's one-to-many transaction. So a buyer selling to all the consumer. And now, as we move forward, people are becoming more high-tech. It becomes a consumer-oriented marketing where you try to satisfy and retain the consumer. You use IT on a different level, and then having this one-to-one relationship. So making the product more customized to the consumer. Sorry. But now we are entering the value-driven marketing, where this is where we try to make our product to make the world a better place. We use a new wave of technology, so not only using desktops or IT, but you also use other gadgets, right? You not only develop the product, but you put your values, your core values of your what you want your product to send the message to the customers, what your real product is about. And it goes to many collaborations. So now is the best timing for you to have, you collaborate with other products. Of course, you have competitors, you have competition, but you just see what your competitions are for you to know that whether you're doing your best and whether you're pushing to your limits. But it will also become an advantage if not only you compete with one another, but you collaborate. So all these great SMEs are working joint force together to make something that's more, making the world a better place. This is what we try to think when we hear the value-driven marketing. So rethinking the marketing as we are entering the Industrial Revolution 4.0, everything has to be 4.0. The customer 4.0, the human. In marketing 4.0, it's the superhuman. And when you're talking about the business 4.0, then it becomes robotic. So when you see here, this is the a couple of years ago where this goes to the other slide that I showed you before, where the customer 1.0 differs to the 2.0 and differs again when it comes to 3.0, and it differs again to the Industrial Revolution of the 4.0, right? The before it's customer demand, customer aspirational of the customer, personal customer, but now we are more thinking about human as a whole. We're talking about superhuman, and then we're not only talking about electronic or technical, but we're already thinking about robotic. That's rethinking the marketing, entering this 4.0 Industrial Revolution. So in this 4.0 revolution, we are thinking about having everything online, machine to machine, to men, having artificial intelligence integrated within the system, full IoT support. So from products to customer to human spirit, moving from traditional to digital. Marketing channels and their relationship to business organization. You also have to think about the multi-channel or the holistic approach. So everything all in one. Focusing on the mobile commerce in the now economy as more and more customers making purchases on mobile phones. Even in the year 2015, the mobile commerce was already 30% of the total e-commerce in the US, but now you can also expect it to be raising up. Now we go on to optimizing the SMEs with big data analytics, where you can see this. You're at home and then you just looked at the handphone where you buy something, and then it goes just, all this round and round using the big data analytics. Traditional versus the modern trade, developed versus developing. What I'm trying to say here is that traditional market, before it's when during the several years ago, it's solid. Like traditional market are like everywhere, 38%, but now it's almost non-existent when we are digitizing this SMEs. traditional trade is here to stay in Asia. That's I guess we can't really stop having traditional market in Indonesia. I mean, that's also one of the, not only Indonesia, as in Asia, I mean, people expect to still have this. But what we can do is that we shifted this traditional trade into a modern trade, still having it exist, but on the other hand, it can also expand its SMEs when we try to digitize this trade from the traditional trade to the modern trade. So that leads up to the step-by-step, the e-commerce marketing, how we can have a modern trade during this pandemic era, or during this globalization era, or during this industrial revolution 4.0 era. Yeah, we've talked about this. Modern trade is a form of trade that efficiently uses the technology to manage and operate store infrastructures in order to serve the customer needs for a variety of products and services. So remember, the big highlight is customers' needs. So that's the main thing that we need to pay attention to, is what their needs are. Whether it's offline or whether it's online, we can try to combine this online and offline. So the shopping experience becomes seamless. We try to just combine. So it's there online, but if you're at home, you can also purchase everything and it can come directly through your door, right? These are all everything that's offline several years ago, but now you can see them also implementing e-commerce and see them online now.
Tasnya, tapi you nggak boleh dibunuh Diza.
Yes, and then
tapi Diza tuh liatnya kecil banget.
We have internet shopping, we have door-to-door shopping, catalog order, TV home, delivery, shopping application now coming to you during this e-commerce moment. So customer is the center of gravity. So when you are digitizing your SME, you still have to put your customer as the center of gravity. It attracts everything. You try to implement everything through internet, through mobile, through TV, through radio, and also through in-store. You try to the customer journey through its awareness, research, purchase, pickup, and support. This is how you actually put your customer as the valued center. So it's customer driven. So whenever, wherever they are there, whether they're at home, whether they're in public, online with friends, or in store, or anywhere, they're aware of what they want. And when they do some research on it, they know what they want, and they actually purchase it. They go to our e-commerce website, and then they purchase the products that they actually want to buy. It can either be delivered to your home, or it can be picked up, and then when they have problem, the customer service just support it, right? These are some examples of innovative series, modern trade in Thailand, retailing, right? Where you have everything already digitalized, right? You can just have tap cash. It's also here in Indonesia, digital signature. You can just scan the product directly into this barcode, and then you can choose your size. So for now, you don't really actually have to go to the store. Inside the store, I mean, for women, it would be different. It's sometimes more attractive if we go to the stores and try it on, right? But there's also this machine where you can choose which products that you want to purchase, and then see the size, whether it fits you, and then actually buy it. And then it's, so you can just go and then pick, and then you go to the cashier and then make your transaction, and then you're back home with the product that you're purchasing. Also, we can see this everywhere now, where we select the menu from the gadget that are provided in the desk on the table when you're dining anywhere in this stores that are already implementing the digitalization. You can also add value to modern SMEs, increasing the revenue, profit, growth, market, reducing the cost, improving productivity, process services, and creating the strategy, system, process, business, product, service, and brands. Okay, let me just take a short pause, just a minute. The future leaders of marketing are you guys. So all of you below 30, I'm sure all of you are below 25 even, because you guys are the digital natives. You guys are, I mean, the millennial generation are you guys. So you are the penduduk utama, penduduk asli digital, you know. So digital natives. So the future leaders of this digitizing SMEs or having SMEs into digital form and having it marketing into a digital form are you guys, because you guys are the digital natives. And the 7 drivers for you to have a digital transformation of your SMEs is, again, so I'm coming to the end of my presentation now, actually. I'm just trying to wrap it up. You have to meet the customer demand for convenience, because we are all aware that 67% of the smartphone users will switch on-site or app if it takes too many steps to purchase or get desired information, right? I'm sure you all agree, because I mean, you're just one click away. You don't find it in this app, close it, open other apps. The second thing of having a digital transformation is reducing the risk to data breaches. You can overestimate the importance of addressing cyber resilience. In today's world, every organization is becoming a technology organization. The digitization of products, production, and value chains is transforming industries and making every organization dependent on highly connected technology. That's bringing numerous benefits, but it also makes companies increasingly vulnerable. So take this into an account as well. Of course, the emergence of Internet of Things and the ubiquity of the mobile, increase an expectation in the workplace for enterprise mobility, where 96% of people uses smartphones to get things done, where a question arises. So yeah, optimize the search engine for you to also market your SMEs. Emergence of digital competitors, emergence of market for data production. Now it's even growing. If you go to your Google map and then you search near me, searches a coffee shop, this is one way of also marketing your product through digital. Reducing the risk of increasing changes in markets and also buyer behavior. Savvy marketers capture customers earlier in the decision-making process by creating content that speaks to those explorative I want to know or even I want to be inspired moment. Digital maturity means 26% more profitability, 9% more growth, 9% higher market valuation. You have 3 choices when you're thinking about digitizing these SMEs. You either join them, or you acquire them, or you wait them out. So it's your choice, right? That's your choice when you are entering this digital transformation. You have to set your goals, you have to take action, and you have to dream big. Because if you are not making your business online, then your competitors is doing that. If you place your business in a global market, then you can get more values from sales. Small businesses now is facing problems with lack of planning, poor management, and insufficient cash reserves. So if you don't change your business becoming online, your competitors will do that, and then you're just going to be left out. So you either do it, or you acquire that, or you try to collaborate with them, right? Wrapping it up all, so getting advantage from this e-commerce is having an online presence, attracting new customers, and then remember to have consumer satisfaction, and having a customer service or support for them to actually go to if they're having difficulties accessing your e-commerce. Okay, so that's more or less what I have to share. But I did when I was listening to I think I still have time, right? Sorry, there's something on my throat. I was listening to our previous speaker, Pak Arto Biantoro. He mentioned about how SMEs is affecting the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal 17, right? So I pulled out, I made it really fast when I was listening to his presentation, actually, how these SMEs can actually, it's true, how these SMEs can support the SDG 17 goals. Because when I mentioned about customer driven, is that what is needed? What is needed in this world right now? And when we're talking about globalization, then we also have to think about what is needed, not only by Indonesia, but throughout the whole world, globalized, right? And if your business is somehow related or is within the scope of the 17 goals of the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, this is where the world are achieving, and Indonesia is also trying to achieving by the year of 2030. I'm guessing that you're on the right track. I mean, your business is needed. So since I still have time, I want to show how this can relate to the SDGs, how SME can relate to the SDG 17 goals. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again, going to my second presentation here. Okay. So this is something that I put out really, really fast when I was listening to Pak Arto Biantoro presentation, how the SMEs can affect the SDG 17 goals. Let me just give a quick overview of the 17 goals. There are 17 goals that we need to achieve by 2030, right? The world has agreed on this, and Indonesia is also one of the government that are trying to achieve these goals. And this needs a collaboration of not only the government, but it also needs collaboration from the state enterprise owner, BUMN, international organization, universities, marketplace, private sectors, right? So these are the 17 goals for sustainable development. And guess what? SMEs are related to all these 17. We can produce SMEs that are connected to the 17 goals. 17 goal 1 is on no poverty, how we can end poverty in all forms everywhere. It can create employment that lift people out of poverty, informal enterprises, engage poor and marginalized population. So it can be related to the goal 1. For goal 2, where zero hunger, this is where we try to end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainability agriculture. This is where smallholder farmers and agriculture focused SMEs can contribute to the goal. And then the third SDG is good health and well-being, ensuring healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. So you can think of something and SMEs something that got to do with the healthcare provider or bridging the healthcare gap. For SDG 4 is quality education, where you can try to innovate and SMEs that provide technical or vocational education. Now we're actually doing it. We're learning online now. So this is as a complementary formal education providers. Think of something on that area. On goal 5 for general equality, you can try to empower women. But now you can see in Indonesia itself, most of the SMEs are power or woman owned. As what Pak Arto has mentioned about one of the community in Bogor, I'm actually living in Bogor, is also owned by women, right? So it's all interconnected, interrelated. With SDG 6 is having a clean water sanitation. So think something about having an SMEs that deliver water or sanitation service, affordable and clean energy. So this got to do with energy, how larger enterprise can integrate sustainable practices in their operation, contributing to the GDP of the nation, having a decent work or economic growth, industry innovation, infrastructure. So IT or digitalization actually goes into this goal 9, where we can have the small scale industry enterprises are directly relevant to the goal using digitalization or digitizing. It's SME promoting innovation. So we're actually supporting the SDG number 9 if we are doing a digitalization of the SMEs. It also helps SMEs also help to reduce inequalities. It becomes provide income to the low income and marginalized group. It promotes innovation. It can also reach the remote areas. It supports sustainable cities and communities for SDG 11, well, where it provide employment and economic growth in the cities. People can get, this is a chance where we can, menciptakan lapangan kerja, with the SMEs. Even though it's digitizing, people tend to think that, okay, we're now not, we're kind of like, moving away lapangan kerja because of this digital, but no, we try to think it the other way around, where we can help and support our community with their digital literacy, so they can actually think something, the SME using this digitalization become more improving their life. For SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, it can impact significant cumulative social and environment impact. Climate action, I mean, there are many SMEs that deals with how using a specific product can, save the environment, things like that. Life below water is deals with the small scale fisheries. If the SMEs is, deals anything with fisheries, with fish, with anything below the water. Life on land, this deals more into forestries. Agribusiness and smallholder farmers have the critical role to play in conserving the land-based ecosystem. And peace, justice, strong institution, promoting good governance principles. And the last one is how this SME can also promote the partnership for goals, because we can have added value on international trade. This is having partnership SMEs a source of partnership to implement SDGs, because we are having globalization toward the SMEs. So that's what I can summarize when I was listening to how these SMEs can relate to the government approach to succeeding its SDG 17 goals. All right, that's in addition to my previous topic on digitizing SMEs. Okay, wow, that's been one full hour, wasn't it? Okay, guys, back to you again.
All right, thank you, Burin. I think it's a very inspiring seminar. Not only that we know the steps to digitalize UMKM, but we are also provided with the opportunity to see the bigger scope to digitalize organization holistically. So right now, because we don't have enough time, we're going to ask the questions later during the talk show with Miss Rain and also Bapak Arto Biantoro. And now we are going to show you guys the QR code for the Binusian to redeem your SATs points. If anyone would like to scan, please, this is the time to scan the barcode.
Okay, now we would like to say a big thanks to our sponsor, which is BCA and KUT, and big thanks to our media partner, which is BINUS TV,
himsi.its,
Forum Mahasiswa Bidik Misi UM,
Himas Unicom,
BEM UNS,
Himpunan Mahasiswa Program Studi Sistem Informatika Unisa,
Himpunan Mahasiswa Cianjur,
BEM FEB Universitas Erlangga,
BEM Fakultas Ekonomi dan Manajemen IPB,
Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Komputer Universitas Brawijaya. Okay guys, so now we are going to have a commercial break, which will be continued with a 55-minute lunch break. See you guys at 12:50.
Bye guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tetes air mata basahi pipiku di saat seperti ini.
Mungkinkah ku bayar belanja tanpa sentuhan?
Pengen streaming konser metal. Mungkin dong dan pakai debit BCA, tapi jangan lupa aktivasi dulu. Biarlah hanya HP yang kau sentuh, bayar belanja tinggal scan QR aja. BCA Mobile membuat semua jadi mudah.
QT was probably one of the greatest experiences that I've had, and it really taught me not only about the value of education, learning, but also of people, and that's what we've applied here at Tanda, and that's why we've been so successful.
About halfway through my degree, there was this program that QT ran where you could work for a year within an industry partner, and you got course credits for it. It really accelerated my knowledge in terms of actually taking the stuff I've been learning and like writing code all day, and it also taught me how to talk to customers, how to think about the product and the marketing inside of things, and not just things purely about the code, and really take the stuff I've been learning and find a practical application for it.
My time at QT definitely helped with being able to do a project where you're starting at the very beginning and then ideating it and then executing it right at the end has helped in a place like Tanda where that's a valued skill.
University is more than just lectures, labs and libraries. So really it's about getting involved beyond that and getting involved in things like student activities, student clubs, really where you're going to meet the people who are cross-discipline.
It's very easy to sort of learn this stuff and improve your skills on your own time, but what's really valuable is finding other people who also share the same values as you and want to create the same things you want to create, and just figuring out how you can take what you're learning in the classroom with these people and go and apply it to other stuff.
To be a successful graduate, you need to continue learning and have that thirst for continuous improvement.
Go to university to find your team and find the people you really like working with, and then figure out what you can do together from there.
Get involved in the clubs, get involved in the environment, get involved in the atmosphere, because it's the people that you meet that will determine your success.
Studying a Bachelor of Information Technology at QUT is like opening a door into a garden of opportunity, a place where you can cultivate your future. IT is a key growth area, and moreover, information technology skills are the foundation to many careers outside the technology sector. The opportunities are endless. As more companies undergo digital transformation, in-demand IT roles will shift now and into the future to include positions focused on advanced technologies, such as artificial intelligence, data management, business intelligence, security analysis, and network analysis. Demand for IT professionals will continue to grow at a pace that is unmatched in many other industries. A mix of technology and business skills will be needed for nearly every IT position. QUT's IT degree will prepare you for those opportunities. QUT has a strong reputation for providing a high-quality overall learning experience to its students. We are rated amongst the top 10 universities across Australia and New Zealand for computer science. And according to the Times World University Rankings 2019, QUT is in the top 100 universities worldwide for computer science. Many organizations come back year after year to recruit QUT graduates due to our students having the relevant skills and expertise. This is because we provide the perfect balance between theory and practical skills. A great example of an organization hiring QUT IT graduates is a homegrown success story, Tanda. This company is the brainchild of 3 QUT students. They developed a rostering system to help manage the Student Union Guild Bar, which grew into a business offering time and attendance solutions for over 70,000 people in businesses worldwide, including Bunnings, Domino's, and Telstra. The Tanda management team regularly hire QUT graduates because they know what they are capable of. You will gain professional experience as part of your QUT IT degree. One way is through the completion of a capstone project. You will be provided with the opportunity to work with industry partners on a range of projects to develop a technology artifact, such as a software application, a business process model, or network design. This final year project is developed in conjunction with a real-world client and is showcased at the Games and IT Showcase at the end of your 3rd year. We have diverse industry connections, which ensures our IT course stays relevant across industries, including technology, aviation, finance, security, and the public sector. QUT's IT degree is accredited by the Australian Computer Society, ACS. Given eligibility for ACS membership, recognition by ACS for certification, and migration skills assessment, and international recognition by signatories for the Seoul Accord. Essentially, that means you will be ready to build a successful IT career around the world. Career opportunities are abundant, and depending on your major, you will be prepared to work for roles such as an enterprise architect, chief information officer, data mining specialist, mobile application developer, systems analyst, user experience designer, or security analyst. So why should you study a Bachelor of IT at QUT? The course is well recognized both locally and globally. We provide students with a unique educational experience, balancing practice and theory with industry-driven projects. And we'll provide you with the best opportunities to succeed in your chosen IT career.
Hi everyone, welcome to BINUS at Senayan. Today I want to invite you to look around and find out what's on our campuses, GWC campus and FX campus. So follow me. This is the library.
Our selection of books and other publications will enable the students to learn more and look for various reference materials. Our libraries at GWC and FX campuses are also equipped with reading area and thesis that you can fully utilize.
This is the computer laboratory.
The computer laboratory is designed to support our computer-based learning activities and can be used by all students for certain courses.
This is the auditorium.
Our auditorium at GWC and FX campuses can be used for public lectures, seminars, talk show, or by the students to do collaborative tasks. So many outstanding and prominent figures have appeared here.
This is the mini theater room.
We do not only have regular classrooms here. Our JWC campus is also equipped with several mini theater classrooms for certain courses to enhance your learning experience. This is the modular class. The modular class is a special classroom that was designed to encourage the students to interact with each other better and execute group projects like professionals. Let's learn to work together as a team for an excellent future.
This is the admission and student service.
We are striving to provide you with excellent and personalized services. You can inquire for the university administration procedures here at the student services.
This is the lecture service.
Here at the lecturer services, you can ask for information regarding lecturers or to meet directly with a lecturer.
This is the student lounge.
Do you need a space to hold small group discussion or simply to relax and have fun? Here, we have a student lounge for you. And yes, the student lounge can be used by all students. This is the meeting room. Our meeting rooms are available for all students who need a private place to discuss and brainstorm. Oh, of course, you also can do your group projects here.
This is the Mac room.
We believe that finest facilities are required to complement your skill set in creating excellent design, and we provide you with the Mac room exactly for that reason.
This is the pattern room.
The pattern room is a specialized classroom for pattern making and designing blueprint for your fashion collection. Your magnificent creations start here.
This is the sewing room.
In this room, you can learn to actualize your design and concept in fashion. The sewing room is equipped with various instruments such as sewing machine, heat press machine, and overlocking machine.
This is the drawing room.
The drawing room is one of the students' favorite studios because in the studio, students have the freedom to work with easel facilities, drawing desk, and adjusted artistic tools. The studio is also equipped with a movable stage for drawing models and of course a movable board and portable projector.
This is the pre-press room.
The small convenience studio has the main function of facilitating tasks based on craftsmanship skill. The studio is equipped with a printer, paper cutting, binding machine, and of course a Mac computer that meets international class standards as well as the standards of the creative industry. The studio is also very conducive for students in doing mock-up for presentation purpose.
This is the photography room.
The photography room is a studio that supports a lot of students' needs in doing their assignments, both for photography and other tasks related to photography. The studio is fully loaded with appropriate solid equipment that lets students produce visual photography projects and also explore their creative layers such as studio lighting and background devices.
This is the communication room.
Designed to encourage interaction and participation, this communication lounge is a place to sharpen the students' communication skills through various activities like press conference exercises, open seminars, and much more.
Tetes air mata basahi pipiku di saat seperti ini.
Mungkinkah ku bayar belanja tanpa sentuhan?
Pengen streaming konser metal. Mungkin dong dan pakai debit BCA, tapi jangan lupa aktivasi dulu. Biarlah hanya HP yang kau sentuh, bayar belanja tinggal scan QR aja. BCA Mobile membuat semua jadi mudah.
QT was probably one of the greatest experiences that I've had, and it really taught me not only about the value of education, learning, but also of people, and that's what we've applied here at Tanda, and that's why we've been so successful.
About halfway through my degree, there was this program that QT ran where you could work for a year within an industry partner, and you got course credits for it. It really accelerated my knowledge in terms of actually taking the stuff I'd been learning and like writing code all day, and it also taught me how to talk to customers, how to think about the product and the marketing and side of things, and not just it's purely about the code, and really take the stuff I've been learning and find a practical application for it.
My time at QT definitely helped with being able to do a project where you're starting at the very beginning and then ideating it and then executing it right at the end has helped in a place like Tanda where that's a valued skill.
University is more than just lectures, labs and libraries. So really it's about getting involved beyond that and getting involved in things like student activities, student clubs, really where you're going to meet the people who are cross-discipline.
It's very easy to sort of learn this stuff and improve your skills on your own time, but what's really valuable is finding other people who also share the same values as you and want to create the same things you want to create, and just figuring out how you can take what you're learning in the classroom with these people and go and apply it to other stuff.
To be a successful graduate, you need to continue learning and have that thirst for continuous improvement.
Go to university to find your team and find the people you really like working with, and then figure out what you can do together from there.
Get involved in the clubs, get involved in the environment, get involved in the atmosphere, because it's the people that you meet that will determine your success.
Studying a Bachelor of Information Technology at QUT is like opening a door into a garden of opportunity, a place where you can cultivate your future. IT is a key growth area, and moreover, information technology skills are the foundation to many careers outside the technology sector. The opportunities are endless. As more companies undergo digital transformation, in-demand IT roles will shift now and into the future to include positions focused on advanced technologies, such as artificial intelligence, data management, business intelligence, security analysis, and network analysis. Demand for IT professionals will continue to grow at a pace that is unmatched in many other industries. A mix of technology and business skills will be needed for nearly every IT position. QUT's IT degree will prepare you for those opportunities. QUT has a strong reputation for providing a high-quality overall learning experience to its students. We are rated amongst the top 10 universities across Australia and New Zealand for computer science. And according to the Times World University Rankings 2019, QUT is in the top 100 universities worldwide for computer science. Many organizations come back year after year to recruit QUT graduates due to our students having the relevant skills and expertise. This is because we provide the perfect balance between theory and practical skills. A great example of an organization hiring QUT IT graduates is a homegrown success story, Tanda. This company is the brainchild of 3 QUT students. They developed a rostering system to help manage the Student Union Guild Bar, which grew into a business offering time and attendance solutions for over 70,000 people in businesses worldwide, including Bunnings, Domino's, and Telstra. The Tanda management team regularly hire QUT graduates because they know what they are capable of. You will gain professional experience as part of your QUT IT degree. One way is through the completion of a capstone project. You will be provided with the opportunity to work with industry partners on a range of projects to develop a technology artifact, such as a software application, a business process model, or network design. This final year project is developed in conjunction with a real-world client and is showcased at the Games and IT Showcase at the end of your 3rd year. We have diverse industry connections, which ensures our IT course stays relevant across industries, including technology, aviation, finance, security, and the public sector. QUT's IT degree is accredited by the Australian Computer Society, ACS. Given eligibility for ACS membership, recognition by ACS for certification, and migration skills assessment, and international recognition by signatories for the Seoul Accord. Essentially, that means you will be ready to build a successful IT career around the world. Career opportunities are abundant, and depending on your major, you will be prepared to work for roles such as an enterprise architect, chief information officer, data mining specialist, mobile application developer, systems analyst, user experience designer, or security analyst. So why should you study a Bachelor of IT at QUT? The course is well recognized both locally and globally. We provide students with a unique educational experience, balancing practice and theory with industry-driven projects. And we'll provide you with the best opportunities to succeed in your chosen IT career.
Hi everyone, welcome to BINUS at Senayan. Today I want to invite you to look around and find out what's on our campuses, GWC campus and FX campus. So follow me. This is the library. Our wide selection of books and other publications will enable the students to learn more and look for various reference materials. Our libraries at GWC and FX campuses are also equipped with reading area and PCs that you can fully utilize. This is the computer laboratory. The computer laboratory is designed to support our computer-based learning activities and can be used by all students for certain courses. This is the auditorium. Our auditorium at GWC and FX campuses can be used for public lectures, seminars, talk show, or by the students to do collaborative tasks. So many outstanding and prominent figures have appeared here. This is the mini theater room. We do not only have regular classrooms here.
Our JWC campus is also equipped with several mini theater classrooms for certain courses to enhance your learning experience. This is the modular class. The modular class is a special classroom that was designed to encourage the students to interact with each other better and execute group projects like professionals. Let's learn to work together as a team for an excellent future.
This is the admission and student service.
We are striving to provide you with excellent and personalized services. You can inquire for the university administration procedures here at the student services.
This is the lecture service.
Here at the lecturer services, you can ask for information regarding lecturers or to meet directly with a lecturer.
This is the student lounge.
Do you need a space to hold small group discussion or simply to relax and have fun? Here, we have a student lounge for you. And yes, the student lounge can be used by all students. This is the meeting room. Our meeting rooms are available for all students who need a private place to discuss and brainstorm. Oh, of course, you also can do your group projects here. This is the Mac room. We believe that finest facilities are required to complement your skill set in creating excellent design, and we provide you with the Mac room exactly for that reason.
This is the pattern room.
The pattern room is a specialized classroom for pattern making and designing blueprint for your fashion collection. Your magnificent creations start here. This is the sewing room. In this room, you can learn to actualize your design and concept in fashion. The sewing room is equipped with various instruments such as sewing machine, heat press machine, and overlocking machine. This is the drawing room. The drawing room is one of the students' favorite studios because in the studio, students have the freedom to work with easel facilities, drawing desks, and adjusted artistic tools. The studio is also equipped with a movable stage for drawing models and of course a movable board and portable projector. This is the pre-press room. The small convenience studio has the main function of facilitating tasks based on craftsmanship skill. The studio is equipped with a printer, paper cutting, binding machine, and of course a Mac computer that meets international class standards as well as the standards of the creative industry. The studio is also very conducive for students in doing mock-up for presentation purpose. This is the photography room. The photography room is a studio that supports a lot of students' needs in doing their assignments, both for photography and other tasks related to photography. The studio is fully loaded with appropriate solid equipment that lets students produce visual photography projects and also explore their creative layers such as studio lighting and background devices. This is the communication room. Designed to encourage interaction and participation, this communication lounge is a place to sharpen the students' communication skills through various activities like press conference exercises, open seminars, and much more.
Tetes air mata basahi pipiku di saat seperti ini.
Mungkinkah ku bayar belanja tanpa sentuhan?
Pengen streaming konser metal. Mungkin dong dan pakai debit BCA, tapi jangan lupa aktivasi dulu. Biarlah hanya HP yang kau sentuh, bayar belanja tinggal scan QR aja. BCA Mobile membuat semua jadi mudah.
QC was probably one of the greatest experiences that I've had, and it really taught me not only about the value of education, learning, but also of people, and that's what we've applied here at Tanda, and that's why we've been so successful.
About halfway through my degree, there was this program that QT ran where you could work for a year within an industry partner, and you got course credits for it. It really accelerated my knowledge in terms of actually taking the stuff I'd been learning and like writing code all day, and it also taught me how to talk to customers, how to think about the product and the marketing and side of things, and not just things purely about the code, and really take the stuff I've been learning and find a practical application for it.
My time at QT definitely helped with being able to do a project where you're starting at the very beginning and then ideating it and then executing it right at the end has helped in a place like Tanda where that's a valued skill.
University is more than just lectures, labs and libraries. So really it's about getting involved beyond that and getting involved in things like student activities, student clubs, really where you're going to meet the people who are cross-discipline.
It's very easy to sort of learn this stuff and improve your skills on your own time, but what's really valuable is finding other people who also share the same values as you and want to create the same things you want to create, and just figuring out how you can take what you're learning in the classroom with these people and go and apply it to other stuff.
To be a successful graduate, you need to continue learning and have that thirst for continuous improvement.
Go to university to find your team and find the people you really like working with, and then figure out what you can do together from there.
Get involved in the clubs, get involved in the environment, get involved in the atmosphere, because it's the people that you meet that will determine your success.
Studying a Bachelor of Information Technology at QUT is like opening a door into a garden of opportunity, a place where you can cultivate your future. IT is a key growth area, and moreover, information technology skills are the foundation to many careers outside the technology sector. The opportunities are endless. As more companies undergo digital transformation, in-demand IT roles will shift now and into the future to include positions focused on advanced technologies, such as artificial intelligence, data management, business intelligence, security analysis, and network analysis. Demand for IT professionals will continue to grow at a pace that is unmatched in many other industries. A mix of technology and business skills will be needed for nearly every IT position. QUT's IT degree will prepare you for those opportunities. QUT has a strong reputation for providing a high-quality overall learning experience to its students. We are rated amongst the top 10 universities across Australia and New Zealand for computer science. And according to the Times World University Rankings 2019, QUT is in the top 100 universities worldwide for computer science. Many organizations come back year after year to recruit QUT graduates due to our students having the relevant skills and expertise. This is because we provide the perfect balance between theory and practical skills. A great example of an organization hiring QUT IT graduates is a homegrown success story, Tanda. This company is the brainchild of 3 QUT students. They developed a rostering system to help manage the Student Union Guild Bar, which grew into a business offering time and attendance solutions for over 70,000 people in businesses worldwide, including Bunnings, Domino's, and Telstra. The Tanda management team regularly hire QUT graduates because they know what they are capable of. You will gain professional experience as part of your QUT IT degree. One way is through the completion of a capstone project. You will be provided with the opportunity to work with industry partners on a range of projects to develop a technology artifact, such as a software application, a business process model, or network design. This final year project is developed in conjunction with a real-world client and is showcased at the Games and IT Showcase at the end of your 3rd year. We have diverse industry connections, which ensures our IT course stays relevant across industries, including technology, aviation, finance, security, and the public sector. QUT's IT degree is accredited by the Australian Computer Society, ACS. Given eligibility for ACS membership, recognition by ACS for certification, and migration skills assessment, and international recognition by signatories for the Seoul Accord. Essentially, that means you will be ready to build a successful IT career around the world. Career opportunities are abundant, and depending on your major, you will be prepared to work for roles such as an enterprise architect, chief information officer, data mining specialist, mobile application developer, systems analyst, user experience designer, or security analyst. So why should you study a Bachelor of IT at QUT? The course is well recognized both locally and globally. We provide students with a unique educational experience, balancing practice and theory with industry-driven projects. And we'll provide you with the best opportunities to succeed in your chosen IT career.
Hi everyone, welcome to BINUS at Senayan. Today I want to invite you to look around and find out what's on our campuses, GWC campus and FX campus. So follow me. This is the library. Our wide selection of books and other publications will enable the students to learn more and look for various reference materials. Our libraries at GWC and FX campuses are also equipped with reading area and pieces that you can fully utilize. This is the computer laboratory. The computer laboratory is designed to support our computer-based learning activities and can be used by all students for certain courses. This is the auditorium. Our auditorium at GWC and FX campuses can be used for public lectures, seminars, talk show, or by the students to do collaborative tasks. So many outstanding and prominent figures have appeared here. This is the mini theater room. We do not only have regular classrooms here.
Our JWC campus is also equipped with several mini theater classrooms for certain courses to enhance your learning experience. This is the modular class. The modular class is a special classroom that was designed to encourage the students to interact with each other better and execute group projects like professionals. Let's learn to work together as a team for an excellent future.
This is the admission and student service.
We are striving to provide you with excellent and personalized services. You can inquire for the university administration procedures here at the student services.
This is the lecture service.
Here at the lecturer services, you can ask for information regarding lecturers or to meet directly with a lecturer.
This is the student lounge.
Do you need a space to hold small group discussion or simply to relax and have fun? Here, we have a student lounge for you. And yes, the student lounge can be used by all students. This is the meeting room. Our meeting rooms are available for all students who need a private place to discuss and brainstorm. Oh, of course, you also can do your group projects here. This is the Mac room. We believe that finest facilities are required to complement your skill set in creating excellent design. And we provide you with the Mac room exactly for that reason. This is the pattern room. The pattern room is a specialized classroom for pattern making and designing blueprint for your fashion collection. Your magnificent creations start here. This is the sewing room. In this room, you can learn to actualize your design and concept in fashion. The sewing room is equipped with various instruments such as sewing machine, heat press machine, and overlocking machine. This is the drawing room. The drawing room is one of the students' favorite studios because in the studio, students have the freedom to work with easel facilities, drawing desk, and adjusted artistic tools. The studio is also equipped with a movable stage for drawing models and of course a movable board and portable projector. This is the pre-press room. The small convenience studio has the main function of facilitating tasks based on craftsmanship skill. The studio is equipped with a printer, paper cutting, binding machine, and of course a Mac computer that meets international class standards as well as the standards of the creative industry. The studio is also very conducive for students in doing mock-up for presentation purpose. This is the photography room. The photography room is a studio that supports a lot of students' needs in doing their assignments, both for photography and other tasks related to photography. The studio is fully loaded with appropriate solid equipment that lets students produce visual photography projects and also explore their creative layers such as studio lighting and background devices. This is the communication room. Designed to encourage interaction and participation, this communication lounge is a place to sharpen the students' communication skills through various activities like press conference exercises, open seminars, and much more.
Tetes air mata basahi pipiku di saat seperti ini.
Mungkinkah ku bayar belanja tanpa sentuhan?
Pengen streaming konser metal. Mungkin dong kan pakai debit BCA, tapi jangan lupa aktivasi dulu. Biarlah hanya HP yang kau sentuh, bayar belanja tinggal scan QR aja. BCA Mobile membuat semua jadi mudah.
QC was probably one of the greatest experiences that I've had, and it really taught me not only about the value of education, learning, but also of people, and that's what we've applied here at Tanda, and that's why we've been so successful.
About halfway through my degree, there was this program that QT ran where you could work for a year within an industry partner, and you got course credits for it. It really accelerated my knowledge in terms of actually taking the stuff I'd been learning and like writing code all day, and it also taught me how to talk to customers, how to think about the product and the marketing and side of things, and not just things purely about the code, and really take the stuff I'd been learning and find a practical application for it.
My time at QT definitely helped with being able to do a project where you're starting at the very beginning and then ideating it and then executing it right at the end has helped in a place like Tanda where that's, a valued skill.
University is more than just lectures, labs and libraries. So really it's about getting involved beyond that and getting involved in things like student activities, student clubs, really where you're going to meet the people who are cross-discipline.
It's very easy to sort of learn this stuff and improve your skills on your own time, but what's really valuable is finding other people who also share the same values as you and want to create the same things you want to create, and just figuring out how you can take what you're learning in the classroom with these people and go and apply it to other stuff.
To be a successful graduate, you need to continue learning and have that thirst for continuous improvement.
Go to university to find your team and find the people you really like working with, and then figure out what you can do together from there.
Get involved in the clubs, get involved in the environment, get involved in the atmosphere, because it's the people that you meet that will determine your success.
Studying a Bachelor of Information Technology at QUT is like opening a door into a garden of opportunity, a place where you can cultivate your future. IT is a key growth area, and moreover, information technology skills are the foundation to many careers outside the technology sector. The opportunities are endless. As more companies undergo digital transformation, in-demand IT roles will shift now and into the future to include positions focused on advanced technologies, such as artificial intelligence, data management, business intelligence, security analysis, and network analysis. Demand for IT professionals will continue to grow at a pace that is unmatched in many other industries. A mix of technology and business skills will be needed for nearly every IT position. QUT's IT degree will prepare you for those opportunities. QUT has a strong reputation for providing a high-quality overall learning experience to its students. We are rated amongst the top 10 universities across Australia and New Zealand for computer science. And according to the Times World University Rankings 2019, QUT is in the top 100 universities worldwide for computer science. Many organizations come back year after year to recruit QUT graduates due to our students having the relevant skills and expertise. This is because we provide the perfect balance between theory and practical skills. A great example of an organization hiring QUT IT graduates is a homegrown success story, Tanda. This company is the brainchild of 3 QUT students. They developed a rostering system to help manage the Student Union Guild Bar, which grew into a business offering time and attendance solutions for over 70,000 people in businesses worldwide, including Bunnings, Domino's, and Telstra. The Tandem management team regularly hire QUT graduates because they know what they are capable of. You will gain professional experience as part of your QUT IT degree. One way is through the completion of a capstone project. You will be provided with the opportunity to work with industry partners on a range of projects to develop a technology artifact, such as a software application, a business process model, or network design. This final year project is developed in conjunction with a real-world client and is showcased at the Games and IT Showcase at the end of your 3rd year. We have diverse industry connections, which ensures our IT course stays relevant across industries, including technology, aviation, finance, security, and the public sector. QUT's IT degree is accredited by the Australian Computer Society, ACS. Given eligibility for ACS membership, recognition by ACS for certification, and migration skills assessment, and international recognition by signatories for the Seoul Accord. Essentially, that means you will be ready to build a successful IT career around the world. Career opportunities are abundant, and depending on your major, you'll be prepared to work for roles such as an enterprise architect, chief information officer, data mining specialist, mobile application developer, systems analyst, user experience designer, or security analyst. So why should you study a Bachelor of IT at QUT? The course is well recognized both locally and globally. We provide students with a unique educational experience, balancing practice and theory with industry-driven projects. And we'll provide you with the best opportunities to succeed in your chosen IT career.
Hi everyone, welcome to BINUS at Senayan. Today I want to invite you to look around and find out what's on our campuses, GWC campus and FX campus. So follow me. This is the library. Our wide selection of books and other publications will enable the students to learn more and look for various reference materials. Our libraries at GWC and FX campuses are also equipped with reading area and pieces that you can fully utilize. This is the computer laboratory. The computer laboratory is designed to support our computer-based learning activities and can be used by all students for certain courses. This is the auditorium. Our auditorium at GW
Welcome back, guys. Did you guys fill your tummies already? Well, what did you guys have for lunch?
Well, me? Or are you asking one of the participants?
I'm asking you and the participants, actually.
Alright. Well,
What did you have for lunch, Val?
I got marugame udon. What about you?
I had some beef teriyaki rice just now.
That's great. Well, you know, Regine, the last seminar was very fun, and I bet all the participants get a lot of insights in order to answer their case question. So right now we are going to have another talk show. Can you please elaborate on that?
Now we're going to have a talk show led by both of our speakers and our moderator. This talk show will help you to get more insights about digitalizing in UMKM. And so now let's please welcome Miss Rain Swadamara.
Hello, Miss Rain, are you there?
Hello, Miss Rain.
Hello.
Lunch.
Hi, Miss. How's your lunch?
I shouldn't have lunch actually. It makes me a bit sleepy, but I'm still very excited for this session.
Alright.
Hope you all too.
Okay, for the second
guest speaker is Mr. Arto Biantoro.
Hello, sir. Are you there?
Hello, Sir Arto.
Hello.
How's your lunch, sir?
Pretty good. Thank you.
And
Miss Rain.
Hi, Parto. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And lastly,
the
we
voice
will have
sounds
an
okay, or do I need to wear headset?
I think we're headsets, sir.
Yeah.
It's better, yeah? Okay.
Yes, that's alright.
How's mine? Do I also need to wear a headset? Or
I think your voice is pretty clear, Miss Rain.
okay, good. I sing a lot, so probably that's why I have clearer voice.
You can sing if you want, Miss.
Yeah, Miss,
No,
could you
thank
please
you.
sing
I
for
will
us?
leave that to both of you girls.
Okay. Now we will also invite our moderator, which is Mr. Indra Kurniawan, Bus. Hi, sir.
Hello.
Halo, Pak Indra.
Hi,
Nice to meet you, Pak Indra. How's your lunch, Pak Indra?
Yes, hello. Okay, just curious, asking out of curiosity, is my voice is clear enough,
Yes,
or
it's
should I
clear.
use the headset as well?
Preferably, sir, you can use the headset.
All right, okay.
Alright, so now we're gonna leave all the questions and the chance for the talk show to begin.
Guys, if you guys had any questions from the previous seminar, you can ask them here in our talk show, because our talk show will be focused on answering your question from the previous seminars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Indra Kurniawan, and in BINUS, I'm actively participating in a unit called CIDER, Center for Innovation, Design, and Entrepreneurship Research in BINUS International. So basically what I'm doing is nurturing the aspiring entrepreneurs, especially studentpreneurs, inside the BINUS International. If they have a business idea or things that they want to try out to be, future business, if you will say that. And then usually the students will be trained in my unit. We have the 3+1 activity. So in BINUS, the 3+1 students, basically they dedicated 1 or 2 semesters doing the business development, startup idea generation, and that kind of stuff. And in BINUS International, that is
one of my main activities. So I help students developing their own business idea and testing their business idea. Not limited to only digital, but also social enterprise and also the commercial one as well. So at this session, I'll like to become your moderator. So I'll help you to bridge, and I'm trying my best to spark some conversations between the participants, Ms. Rain, and also Mr. Arto, so that we can have a fruitful conversation and get something useful after this session. So I've got these notes from the committee, so that feel free from the previous session, if you do have some questions dedicated to Ms. Rain, especially, feel free to ask, and we can start from there. Feel free to ask, because based on my understanding, there are several questions that want to be shared to Ms. Rain, but we don't have enough time previously. So I think this is the best, the best moment for you to start throwing that questions. While we're waiting for some questions, I'd like to spark our conversations more on SME, UMKM, and also digitalization, and at the same time, it's pretty unique, conscious capitalism from Mr. Arto. So, maybe I'd like to ask Mr. Arto first. Is conscious capitalism in best practice is similar with if a company basically do the ethical practice? Is it if a company do their practicing their ethics, business ethics at the peak at the higher form, is that conscious capitalism, or it's still different things, Pak Arto? Pak Arto, you are still muted.
Yeah, that's the problem with Zoom. I guess business ethics always have this relationship, a strong relationship with conscious capitalism. The fact is, actually, conscious capitalism is the foundation of the business thinking within its company. And this is actually different with CSR. If a lot of people sometimes questioning me whether corporate social responsibility is actually a conscious capitalist, and which is actually not, because on CSR they working within the responsibility given by law to do their social responsibility, while conscious capitalism is actually the mindset within the company, in which I believe the stronger the company, the conscious the company, the more ethical it is.
Oh, okay. So I'm still, feel free if the participants wants to ask the questions. Don't. I'll remind the participant to just jump in, give us some questions, throw the questions, and if you want to discuss something further, please let me know, or please let us know. In this sense, so if a business, especially UMKM, small medium enterprise, in terms of business size, the size of small medium enterprise is small to medium. When they have that kind of conscience to do something good, to do something good for or impactful activities for their environment, sometimes translate to resources. So in my questions, my follow-up questions is, as small medium enterprise, and we want to do good, what is the best first move in your opinion to start that?
Sorry, is it question to me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's discussion. So.
Oh, sorry. You're actually broken up just a few moments ago. Can you repeat the question again?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So as a small medium enterprise, we as UMKM, and if we want to do that, the impactful activities, we want to practice that kind of stuff, conscious capitalism, or just being a good business around the neighborhood. In your opinion, what is the very first steps that we have to do as a business practitioner, as the UMKM, I mean?
I think I was involved in this one program back a couple of years ago with Metro TV. It's called Big Circle. In Big Circle, there's a couple of mentors there, and there's William Tanuwijaya, I think, Yoris Sebastian, Veronica Kalandam, many others, like 6 or 7 of us. And this program is actually held every Sunday, and we always invite a social entrepreneur from different region of Indonesia. And what is interesting is that every guest that we invite on that program, they always started with identifying a problem within the region, within the community. So the problem is actually the reason why they come up with the ideas, and the ideas actually grow up as a project, and then at the end it become a business model. So I think the first step for every one of us to start creating an impact is to identify what is the problem coming in within our area, our community, and that is what happened with a lot of startups who actually successfully, creating their businesses. They try to solve the problem within the community, and then again, you multiply that process to a different scale, and at the end of the day, you have a big size and a big issue to solve.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Arto, Mr. Arto. Now I'd like to go to Miss Rain then. In terms of, just for a follow up of our discussion this afternoon. So Mr. Arto said the very first thing that SME needs to do, or the business practitioners need to do, is to find out the problem around the community. And in your opinion, Ms. Rain, how likely or how to translate that kind of, they find the problem and then translate that into a solutions that is digitized, digital solutions or something like that, because I understand maybe not every solutions could be digitalized, but at the same time, if we can make it, the recent trends is the digitalized solution usually has bigger impact. So I'd like your opinion on this one, Ms. Rain.
Yes, thank you, Pak Indra. Yeah, so very sorry. During my session, I tend to talk so much, so I did not have the chance for the students or the participants to ask questions. That's why Pak Arto, he was mentioning, especially to Bu Rain, because there was no question and answer session during my session because I spent talking so much. So in related to your question, Pak Indra, I think what Pak Arto was saying is definitely, that is the key point on this, the how and the why. The why everything is needed we need to focus on the why in order for us to proceed to the next steps, right? So in the case of the SMEs, in related to, if I heard right, about conscious capitalism, it's like this is one way a business can elevate themselves. It can combine. So Pak Arto mentioned it's not CSR, but it's actually conscious capitalism is also combining social responsibility and entrepreneurship to change the world, right? So it's giving a positive impact, getting a win-win solution for everyone. So how to support this social medium enterprises, and also at the same time get profit from it. So it's for the consumer, for the producer, and for the environment. So making conscious of the situation, conscious capitalism. So it's kind of like combining the social responsibility with entrepreneurship. And where does digital come in here is that living in this industrial revolution 4.0, where we are already surrounded by technology, with everything fully supported by digital, we can elevate it more if we combine technology within this SMEs. So we can reach the farthest location, we can reach more people, we can expand our business, we can get acknowledged, we can make people aware. So it can at the same time produces profit, a win-win solution for everyone. So this is where technology comes in, because this is not something that we are looking for, it's already there. Yeah. And answering Pa Arto mentioned about the why we need this, because first we find the problem, and then we search how to answer this problem. Technology should be something that goes side by side in answering this problem. So it should be something that is already integrated when we're trying to answer this problem, when trying to find the solution on how to answer the why that Pa Arto raised. So I think that's where our digitizing the SME comes in place, where we should put technology inside it. We can make it into another level where we can enhance everything using what is already provided for us. I mean, it's there already, and all of our students are so technology aware. They know everything. They are so attached to their gadget. Everybody nowadays, they always go out from their home or inside their home, or even when having meals with their family, holding the handphone. So we can hand by hand. So together work in elevating the SMEs and integrating technology when we try to elevate this SMEs. I think I can point it that way.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Rain. And go back to Pa Arto. Following up this conversation, if then the technology can be should be embedded into our solutions, then in your own experience, Pa Arto, is it difficult for an SME or for the practitioners in the field that to integrate the technology into their way of life or the way of their doing business? Because maybe not everyone are very proficient in technology, but in your opinion, what do you think about the difficulties in embedding the technology into daily basis for the SME? You're still muted, Pa.
Yes, of course. Our entrepreneurs is not like 100% totally, they not even understand like the basic models of entrepreneurship. Again, because our entrepreneurship actually begin just a couple of years ago. Indonesia is not a country of entrepreneurship. The issue of kewirausahaan, the entrepreneurship is actually only rise for the last 20 years. Yes, there are a certain area there where entrepreneurship is really strong, but overall, I think we are just about to entering the world of business, the world of small, medium enterprises for the last 10, 15 years. So yes, of course, they do have a problem. And this problem is actually sometimes it's not mentioned because of the lack of connection between the academic and the specialists and people who actually in the front line of the system. So there's, I think, business information system coming in. That is really the important part, is to systemize the problem and make it a solution that digitally impacted a lot of people. And I don't think entrepreneurs in general can understand or be able to solve this problem because of the lack of understanding and lack of ecosystem connection. And this is why, like Ibu Ren said, all must come together, work together, identify the problem together, and then from then we can start doing every models that can possible can we exercise to have a better outcome. And I think in Indonesia there's lots and lots of issues that we can search and we can find at the very origin story, at the very origin level, And this is going to be our color, our trademark, our blueprint that maybe can be identified in Indonesia, and maybe can, once the model, the system applicable in our country, I believe it can also applicable within the surrounding in Southeast Asia.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Arto and Mr. Rain. I'm still welcoming any questions if all the participants want to have a questions. Maybe you want to dig some key informations before the competition start. Anyway, I'd like to discuss this further from our discussion from the perspective of the students. Right now, there are the students, especially the university level students, is very blessed that they have the savviness of implementing the newest technology and in their daily life. They who are among the students, for example, didn't know how to use Instagram. Who are among the students nowadays that are not familiar with how to create the social media postings that can what do you call it? The interesting captions, for example, because when they post something, they will create some kind of captions that will attract the click, for example, or attract what kind of sentence usually attract the interest of others people, that kind of stuff. Now, if the students, like all the participants here right now, is trying to figure out how can I help the others by using what is in my hand right now, my technological savviness, my experience or my knowledge in creating the information systems, etc., etc. It's basically like the competitions today. So if they have this kind of potential, and at the same time they want to do good, they want to start their own venture in creating impact in society by addressing the SME problem. In your opinion, both Pak Arto and also Ms. Rain, what are the most important thing that these students needs to do?
Ms. Rain, maybe you can go first.
Okay, Pak Arto. So before I answer Pak Indra's question just now, I would like to add on to what Pak Arto described and explained. I think, yes, not all SMEs are designed to be digitalized. I mean, there are, as I mentioned also during my session, that even the government, they cannot target 100% of having all SMEs digitized because there are some SMEs that are too conventional, too traditional, that will not be even possible to shift it to digitize it. So what are the missing gap if for those SMEs that are actually supposed to be able to elevate more in digitizing it, is that Pak Arto mentioned that, and I also mentioned in my session that this is the work for everybody. We have to do we have our own role to do. So the government needs to have their role in getting the society to be more digital literacy with all these rules, and how to support these SMEs to be able to digitize their business. And then the university, the academia can also have their role in also advocating this entrepreneur, because as Pak Arto mentioned, that not everyone is aware on this entrepreneur, what this is, how can they elevate more like that. So you mentioned that not all SMEs are able to be digitized. They don't have the capacity, things like that. And on your second question, this relates to your second question, mentioning about how the students now is actually being they live in a condition where everything is already provided to them. Istilahnya mereka hidup dalam kondisi yang enak sekarang because technology is there to support their life. Most of us have gadget already. How can these students play their role in supporting the SMEs for the society, especially for the IS student, the business information students, or students learning about technology? You can try to. Being a student is the very right timing for you to do a trial and error. You learn something on your class, try to implement that using any business opportunities that are surrounding you. Try to implement that. There are so many free platforms that you can use. Try to implement like the small things. Try to create your own very simple step of e-commerce. And then I don't know, maybe if you look outside and then you look at this, sometimes outside your door you have a tukang bakso lewat or tukang whatever lewat, yeah. And during this pandemic, people are feeling not too safe and secure to buy products that they buy from off street. You can try to offer them, and hey, Pa, you know what? I can make your product becoming more. I mean, you know that you always buy through that specific product, but because of this condition, maybe you are having doubts on buying because of its cleanliness, sanitary. You try to make a win-win situation where you can help this small business, and then you can also have your own product, right? You can help market it, and you're the person who's actually working and dealing with the social media. You can take it from there. So everything is one step at a time, but you have to start somewhere. And I think this is where you can actually start. You look at the situation, you see the why you need to do something, you see what is the problem, you know how you can make it better. So use your imagination, use your creativity, and then try to combine everything that you learn from the class, from the world, from looking at other people's social media, and try to put them all together. You can build an e-commerce just in a click of a hand. You're prepared for that. I mean, you have the right tools if you want to access them, and then you can play around because, I mean, you have nothing to lose. And from there, then you can start thinking a bit wider. If you really think this can work, then you can try to go to Pa Arto and seek for collaboration, for partnership, for investment. That's one thing to think about. Okay, go ahead, Pa Arto.
Yeah, well, I was remember back, like, I think 20 years ago, when I was just quit from my job. I decided to full-timely focus on helping small medium enterprises. So our first job, I remember, I met this pisang goreng, fried banana seller on the street, and
bukan sang pisang ya, Pak?
Bukan, sang pisang baru.
Oh, baru ya.
This is like 20 years ago, and he was mentioned this, and I was asking him, what is your vision? What is your dream? And he said, I want to be able to have an item in modern channels, in a supermarket, in Rans market, in a hypermarket. To me, I think to sell our product in modern channel, that will be very cool. And it's not only that, because he believed at that time frozen food is not really it's not really popular as now. So at that time, I decided to did this, and working with him, and eventually within a couple of months after we decide the models, the design, not only the design as a design, but also the system and how we can operate the infrastructures within the internal. Again, this is all done offline, and we'll be able to lock this agreement with some of the major retailers back then. It's really a model that finally I understand. It's simple, because the only way for you to be accountable and successfully create any initiative in your life is actually to be part of the initiative by yourself. If you like Ibu Rain just said about the meatball, tukang baso, and lain-lain, you just have to be there with them. You cannot just be on your desk doing on your computer, setting up the models, in which you never have any relation with the seller whatsoever, because this is the problem that I find in new students. They intend to work in the computer, try to jot down everything right away instead of actually in the face of research. It's always fun to be out there in the problem area. This is and then this model done like so many times in my project next following years. And every time we have a project, every time we had a project, we never really coming down to the computers of the system at the first time. Once another project done I think in the small region of Kebumen, when we work in the social enterprises model, we just go there having fun for the next 1-2 months, just sitting down with the people and try to understand what is the real issue. And then from there, we start to take our pens and then start to, jot down anything that necessary to make this thing happen. So, I think the biggest challenge for everyone else now is we always intend to be in action, but remember that the process of research is play a very important role and be part of that initiative. I mean, not just verbally or through the online, but offline. I think it's the one who make this project different. So I hope you all do that.
Yeah, something else that I want to add, also based on my previous experience, as I mentioned previously, I was working with the government as well. And then I go to all these districts in Indonesia, small region, local areas, where I see lots of potential, lots of products. They have things that are so delicious that we cannot find here in the city. They sell, you will be very surprised on how much the cost that they sell, because it's really, really cheap compared if you take it already here in Jakarta to buy it. But their problem is they are not able to sell it. They don't have the market. They don't have the channel to sell it, to expose, to promote their products. So as Pak Arto said, you have to actually do your research, do your homework, go to the people that they have these products, they have all these things that can actually be well taken. SMEs becoming from S to M, maybe big enterprise. If you can work with them, you as the people who are more literate with digital, you understand more on how to work on your computer and then produce an e-commerce website application. You work together with them, and then so it's kind of like a partnership, collaboration type of thing. In this situation, you can help the SMEs. You can also produce your own enterprise, so you can actually be an entrepreneur. You can expand it, you can digitize it. So this is really a complementing area where you actually find the SMEs. You look at the initial problem. And then you leverage it into, by digitizing it, you leverage it even more. So it has a more value added to the product. And because, I mean, you with your skills, you understand more on how to market it better. You have the chance to be connected with the social media and advertise things. So these are the things that you don't take it for granted, but try to dig more and try to be more innovative. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, Pak Indra. Now you are unmute. You're mute, Pak. Still mute, Pak.
You get two, Pak.
Still mute, Pak Indra.
Check.
Now, yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rain and Pak Arto. We have a question from Angela. So she has a dedicated questions to Ms. Rain. During the transition of the business from traditional to e-commerce, what is the main thing that should be prioritized? From which perspective should we consider during this transition?
During the transition from
the questions from
Angela. Okay, thank you very much, Angela. So during the transition from traditional to digital, so from a conventional market to e-commerce, the very important thing is having the human resource, having the person who's able to make this transformation, you know, making the person who's aware of knowing what to do, knowing the market. The product is there, the market is there. How to make everything be applied in this online platform. So you have to know how to put everything together. First of all, you decide which business model you want to use, whether it's business to business or business to consumer, and then from there you try to set up your basic e-commerce website, knowing the target market, knowing how you will do the advertising, the promotion, and then don't also forget to have customer service available when later on people still tend to be conventional and wants to pick up their phone and ask about the product. So those are the things that you have to put in mind, and then you also have to know. So you have to have this team of yours, or probably you yourself, knowing on how to build up this e-commerce on this on any platform you want to produce it, or you can actually make like an apps and then try to use. There are so many free apps you can build in, and then try to put a user experience as well when you're developing this app. So those are the basic components that you need to put in mind when you're trying to transform the conventional to the digital commerce. Hope that kind of answer.
Yes.
Maybe Paco has something else to add.
Thank you, Ms. Rain. Maybe Angela, if that's you're not satisfied with the question, the answer, you can ask again to further clarifications. While we're waiting for the Angela, I'd like to continue our discussion today with Pak Arto and also Ms. Rain. Pak Arto mentioned something really interesting. Regardless of our digitalized world right now, Pak Arto mentioned that get in touch with people. Doing the research it's still important. While at the same time, while we're designing the business, most of the students, for example, most of the city people usually just do it through survey, WhatsApp survey, this kind of stuff. So maybe unlike Ms. Reina as well in this discussion. So how to bridge this kind of these two different words? Get in touch with people at one hand, but also at the same time, optimizing the digital methods in doing this. What are your opinion about this one, Pak Arto and also Ms. Rain?
Well, that's a quite tough question. But let me see. I think I was, I think a few years ago we created this initiative working with universities, with BINUS as well, to bridge some of the problem from the packaging point of view. So like what Ibu said, there's a lot of good product out there, but they don't have enough packaging and don't enough looks that create that vision, that image, and help the market interest or even want to touch the product. So what we did is we working with universities, and actually the first project is actually we doing it with BINUS, De Cafe, and we've been able to bring the real project to the student, and I realized that when we bring the real project to the student, the aura of the challenge is just suddenly different, because they be able to see the real person face to face. And they have to be able to come to the store to see how the product actually display. And that is something that is not common within the university back then, where most of the project is coming in from the unreal ideas, what if we can call that. And that becoming a trademark and turn around for the student. And we actually apply these models again in different university, bringing a real project. And I realized that there is that opportunity for a real sector engage with a student in academic situation, where collaboration can really create an impact in everyday life, especially the entrepreneurs. Because at the end of the project, the product and the packaging really will be printed by the third party, which is the corporation, the sponsors who actually involved in the project. We've been working with Tokopedia and big other corporations as well on this initiative, and that's really really leverage the program and the trust of the old shareholder. So I think what I realize is that just like every one of us, if you ask me about motorcycle, my eyes is just suddenly like wide open, and that's because I have a passion in two-wheel drive. And I think it's the same thing when the student actually doing the project. They have to engage and have passion to the project itself, and that can be a problem if we don't understand that. So mostly of the problem given to the student is the issue that they cannot relate, they cannot attach with it. Sometimes it's given by curriculum, and this is, I think, the challenge that everyone us need to bring the project in a way that's suitable and interest the student. And this is apply the same thing with if you are a designer or if you are an architect. You have a certain passion, you have a certain kind of industry that you're willing to select in terms of the project initiative. And even in my level, back in the good days, you have so many choices to work with. You want to work with SME, which SME? You want to work with the fashion industry, which fashion industry? Is the hijab fashion base, or you want to go more on the modern base? That somehow will help you to have this connection. And I think to understand that is also one of the interesting topics to discuss within atau among the teachers, the dosen-dosen.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arto. And how about you, Ms. Rain? How do you think the digital world or the digital infrastructure can help people, or especially the students, in doing the research, people-to-people research?
Okay. Yeah, totally agree with Pak Arto. Passion is one thing. Another thing, from my point of view, you asked about the bridge between going to the people itself and doing research online or in front of the laptop or the computer. My answer would be you. You will be the bridge. You will be bridging the people. You will be bridging the online or the platform or whatever computer technology that you're working with. So human as a social being, makhluk hidup sosial, we need one another. We cannot live by ourselves. We need other human to live with us, right? So I mean, even though everything is already digitalized, everything you can see already in a digital form, there are things that we cannot buy, or we want to have it physical, like a hug. You cannot just send a virtual hug. You need to hug someone, or things like that. There are things that are not replaceable with digital. So I think that's where Pak Arto is trying to highlight that students need to do their homework in trying to actually go to the people, find out what they need, and then so bring both worlds together. So bring this digital knowledge to the people that need it, like the jajanan, the tukang-tukang, that the street sellers. Bring this knowledge. Try to introduce them, educate them that there are this technology that can help your SMEs to become more. Society will become more aware of your products, and then on the other side, if they understand it more, you will be the person who will be the bridging, making this product to become more digitalized. I mean, it's not their fault that they don't know how to leverage their SMEs, because maybe they just don't have the support. They don't have they're not as opportunate as you guys are, who are listening to the seminar right now. So so you can be the change. You can be the agent of change in this, when digitalizing this SMEs for the small SMEs that are not being touched by technology nowadays. So you can be the person who will be as a perpanjangan tangan for them, and try to help them develop this e-commerce, this SME. So this is something that that can help everyone. It can help you becoming an entrepreneur. You can just put something innovative, make something more creative, but the products or whatever it is already there. So it's kind of like scaling up the SMEs from this level to another level and making it more digital. If you wish for the government or even you to teach all these small SMEs, it will take time. So why don't you step in and then try to take this role, and then help them and make their products become digitalized. So I think that's the red line between people that you have to go directly into, and then making it more digitalized. That's one way. Of course, there are also other options or other opinions that can also support or dissupport that. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rain. I have some questions to Pak Arto. These questions are from Fernanda Zaki and also Eliora Dharma Jayanti. So these questions are very similar, but I'll read the question from Fernanda first. How important is branding and marketing strategies for micro businesses like street food sellers and something similar to that? So this is specific about the branding and marketing strategy for street food sellers. Pak Arto, do you want to respond to this first, or do you like me to deliver the second questions? Better respond this one. I intend to forget the question. Okay, all right then. It's actually in our chat as well, but right. Yes, how important is branding and marketing strategy for street food sellers? Yeah, it's a valid question. It's a good question. I think today the infrastructures of our country is becoming very, very good. The speed of the internet is rise like a couple of times back in the G area, and now we have coming in 5G. So that lead into many opportunity of people and option to become an entrepreneur. Back like 20 years ago, nobody want to be entrepreneurs because the success rate of this industry is very high. The legal issues, the capital issues, there's just too many. Also mentioned tadi Ibu is the way to entering the market is also different, because if you don't have money, you cannot coming into exclusive channels. You have to go through on the street, and then you have this problem. You have to move from different places to one other. So the last 5 years, things are really changing. Every one of us want to be entrepreneurs. because of the technology, because of the opportunity, and also because of the infrastructures, given by the government. And that's lead us to a lot of new businesses, and new businesses lead to new brands. So some data, I think a couple of years ago, you can check 2016, 17, last 3 years, I think we're increasing our number of brand in Indonesia. Indonesia now, I think, is the first biggest brand register in the region. We have 120,000 new brand every year from different industry, and that lead us to like way above other surrounding countries. I think 4 years ago, I went to Myanmar, and in Myanmar, they only have 4,000 new brand registered in a year, compared to in Indonesia, we have like 120,000. So this is, I think, at the end of the day, you are surrounded by a similar product. If you are on a customer point of view, you are similar with tukang baso, the same tukang baso. Probably some of the tukang baso is actually coming from the same suppliers, coming from the same house, and then they're selling it to different places. And we cannot fight this day to reach the customer with only using product, because products are easy to make, but the challenge is actually how you create the brand. And brand is a way of creating this perception within the consumer view to understand that this product is actually different. So you can create a product coming from the same factory, but it resonates differently when it comes to the consumer mind, because it's designed by the marketing, it's designed by the brand to think that way. So we live in the branding era, 24 hours a day. If you imagine, you wake up in the morning, you go to bath, you take your soap, everything is brand. Your apa namanya, odol itu apa ya bahasa Inggris ya? Toothpaste. Yes, you pick up toothpaste. You go to your motorcycle. And the motorcycle has their own brand. The tire has their own brand. Your computer is a brand. You go to the school with a brand. So everyone is actually branded. It doesn't mean that have to be expensive, but if you see around and surrounding you, everything is brand. Everything is brand. So brand becoming one of the strongest tool to win in the competition, because it's intangible and it cannot be imitated. It cannot be produced with the similar ideas. You can create the same water, but it cannot be aqua. It can coming from the same factory, but when it comes to brand aqua, it's totally different with brand Ades or any other brand. So I always suggest to, and this is what we've been campaigning for the last few years, is that micro company, there's another term, you have a micro, and now they have ultra micro. So ada usaha mikro, kecil, menengah, sekarang ada kategorinya ultra micro. So ultra micro bahasa Inggrisnya, so ultra micro. And you need this, because if you don't have a brand, people will look at you in the product base only, and that's how the value of the product is always stay low. Brand is always create this image to bring the product actually way above there, and this has also helped the micro company or micro brand to understand when you raise your product to the level of branding, and it also help the margin of the business, the margin of the sales is actually increased. So this is what we've been campaigning for the last few years, is that understanding brand is not actually start when you already have a big company. Actually, you have to start when you have only 2 or 3 people, because then you can exercise, you can practice the process of brand much easier, because you have less people to work with. Okay, thank you, Pak. And a quick follow-up after this. So if these small street food sellers wants to put a brand in their product, what is the easiest way in order to do that? Is because when
when you're explaining, my mind goes to odading that was recently popular, and also the pangsit goreng that recently very popular in Indonesia. Should we attach our brand to the locations where we're selling our product, or should we attach the brand into something else, in your opinion?
Yes, of course, you have to attach to where the market is. Again, when you have this, the Go Food and Grab Food and stuff like that, of course, you can sell it from further away or further away location. But first, the basic rule, if you have to have a market, you have to have potential market. The second rule is the way of creating brand is actually the stages. First, you need to start with an idea, and then number two, you need to answer the key differences between your product or your food to the other food, right? So if you sell like fried rice, for example, you can always say that this is the house fried rice. It's a family recipe for 20 years. Those narration, we call it brand storytelling, is very important when you engage with consumers. Some of the guy is smart enough to put it on packaging. Some of them actually design their booth like vintage enough to deliver the message. So many ways to doing it. And that is actually the first stages of brand building, is to be present. And usually on this case, visual design play a very important role. But again, as you go further in the brand building process, you will need to equip with more insight and skills to develop that. But from the beginning, I mean, if you look at like Rawan Setan atau Bakso Mercon, these are names that already identify as a brand. But can the brand go further? Of course, there's the stages to do that. But in the meantime, you start with a good name, you got with a good packaging, you start with a good story of your brand. That's good enough to leverage you from one business to the other.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arto. And this is the second questions addressed to you from Eliora Dharmajayanti. So her question is, other than conscious capitalism approach, what kind of approaches are there that are acceptable for SME branding in Indonesian community? Related to that, in relation to another approach, what kind of channels, especially in digitalized channels, that should be prepared to reach or to execute that branding?
Right. Wow. Capitalism now is the most popular one. Of course, in the other area of the globe, you still have socialism. Russia, doing their communism, socialism, but it's just totally different way. I think I don't know. Maybe Burain reckon some of the models, economic models in the world, but when you start with democracy, I think capitalism becoming 99%, I think, becoming the way of creating the wealth, the economic and the nation to start going on. And I think I don't remember. I think there's few others back then, but I don't reckon right now. So mostly on capitalism, communism, socialism. Of course, there's many other. To answer the second one, what is the second one again? Can you repeat?
So her first question is, because you mentioned, you explained about conscious capitalism. So she thinks about, is there any other way in terms of in doing branding? Eliora, please correct me if I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm not translating your questions wrongly. But please correct me if I'm wrong. So in my understanding, she is asking, is there any other approach in doing this
channel
other than conscious capitalism that you've already mentioned?
No, I think she asked about channel. I think right. What other channel? What other channels? Right.
That was her first question, and then in relation to that, is the new these alternative what do you call it approaches in branding? What kind of channels that should be prepared? What is this is the best channels, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I think there's no such a thing as the best channel. You just have to work with
the digital
your product and understand who's your market. Yeah, you have to understand your market, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we only I mean, as far as digital concerned, the SME now, I think the area of digitalization for SME is only reached around 5 to 10%. I mean, the probability still grow very much, and I think when you start to create a channel, it is important to understand that where your target market live or where your target market actually commute or presence. Modern channel is not always the best way to do it. Community channels now is run really well. Alternative channels in a way that never been done before, I think is also good to do it. Last year, we almost worked together with one of the biggest airline in Indonesia to channel some of our finest product in the onboard experience. Unfortunately, the pandemic coming in, and we not be able to continue the negotiation. But I think every one of us, especially in activists and brand activists and supply chain enthusiasts, need to open new channels in so many different ways. And that if that need require digital to work with, then I think that will be nice. But the challenge for every one of us is not always see the problem and solve everything on the first stages by digital. It's actually to understand what is the problem and how we tackle the problem and how we can use digital to impact the solution. So it's not always be number one coming out with digital all the time, but you always have to understand what is the market. And I said this in some of the product that marketed only within 1 kilometer away. You don't need digital, like very fancy digital approach or system to do that. I mean, of course, if you think about make a phone call and that call also considered digital, then, we say digital. But really, again, talking about micro size, small, medium size, a lot of way to create an opportunity. But not so many people are willing to open a channel because it's very expensive. It's not also easy because you connect it with other authorities and regulation to open the channel. But yes, there's also some of the challenges that face in our society now is how to create more channels. How to create more spot for UKM, for SME. The tollway in Java with station is also one of the new way to creating new channels for the SME. And along with that, I think local authority government need to work with the university and people like us in community to open potential spaces for UKM. Otherwise, you're gonna have a lot of packed product in full product in modern retailers like Alpha or Indomart. Then they won't be able to, to manage the whole product within one store.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Arto. I hope this answer Eliora's question. So probably in terms of channels, it really depends on the situations from SME, right? I do have another question lining for Ms. Rain. So this question is from Patrick from We Can Do team, I think.
His question is, the use of technology will definitely have a good impact on the business. But how do you know which technology is the best to apply now with the resources that we have? As you mentioned, there are many different types of technology, from web to big data, AI, etc. But how do we know which one is best at the moment for the company? And how do we conduct the feasibility study in picking that one, I think? And that's the questions addressed to Ms. Rain from Patrick.
Hello, Patrick from We Can Do It. That's right, we can do it. So if you have that mindset on your mind, then you can do it. So this means that this also answers your own question, which technology that best apply. If you think you can do it, then you can do it. So that's basically the idea. But in choosing which software technology to determine your business, first of all, you have to identify the business needs. What is your business need? What do you need for your business to run effectively and sustainably, like in long term, not only work it out now, but in long-term running, what you have to identify really the goals and the business needs. You have to be able to research any available technologies. And when I'm talking about research, it's not only about what's happening at the moment, what is available for you to use, but also your capability, your own, you have to determine whether you will be able to do it using that technology. You have the right resources, you have the right person to do it. If not, are you willing to go for the training? Are you willing to learn for it? Are you willing to go further to that technology? If you're up for it, then there's nothing can stop you. Having the access to that technology also. You mentioned about having a big data. I mean, if you have this access to the big data, then you can do anything. Previously, I'm sure that 20 years ago, 10 years ago, no one is thinking about Gojek, right? You just look at this Ojek on the street, people offering their service with motorcycle, and then people are just looking at them. Okay, if you need it, then you use it. If not, then they're just there. But now it's kind of like something that you need to support your daily life, either Gojek, GoFood, GoSend, or whatever, right? It wasn't there before, but then it became available because of the business needs, because people need this, then it become available. Then from there, you search the technology that you use. The big data is, Gojek is so smart. They have this big data that they compile and use for other reasoning as well. From there, they started only from Gojek, and then they have all this go clean, right? Using this the data that they previously have, people, and then making a connection, and then do another promotion. And then you also mentioned about artificial intelligence, from web big data to artificial intelligence. So the sky is its limit, actually. So if you think your business, first of all, the business needs, right? So if the business needs this to be done, then it should be done. You have to think of the way to make it done. Which technology suits the best? You have to be open-minded. You have to try to think whether if you use this specific technology, it will be useful or not. Try to make a pilot project first to see its feasibility. And then use your creativity. I mean, everything you can link it now. You can use, if you can apply anything basically on any type of application. You want your system to be running by a face recognition, it can be done if you make it that way. So it actually depends on how you want to create your business, in which direction, in which area, and then the technology can come in from there. So rather first you have to think about what your business needs are, your own capabilities on making that happen, your access toward that technology, and then put that technology inside your business. So that's one way for you to conduct the feasibility study. And as I said, since you are now still in this period where you can do the trial and error, it would be nice for you to always try, give it a try first, and if it doesn't work, learn from your mistakes, And you have to also, when you think about implementing which technology to use for your business, you have to also be aware of your own the money that you're investing to it. Is it worth it or not? If you are spending all this money for this technology, which at the end you will not be needing it, so I think it's not worth it. So you have to have this plan out. And the last thing that I would say to you is you have to have a plan B. So always have an alternate solution in case this doesn't work. Then you have to be able to use another plan, right? And don't put all the eggs in one basket. So if you have all this investment, you have all this money, don't put it all in one basket. You have to save some in case this collapse. You still have other option for you to run your business. So yeah, would be my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rain. But we do have similar follow-up questions from Jory from Tim Borju. He has a question. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Arto and or Ms. Rain. But I think I'm going to you first, Ms. Rain. Sometimes the problem encountered by SME can be solved using the technology, as you mentioned. But the problem is the SME has limited resources. So, in your opinion, should the SME go for the what do you call it? The bigger ideas that maybe it's more expensive. I think this is more expensive a solution, but it's better, or just adjust it with the current situations that is faced by the SME itself.
Okay, thank you so much, Jonathan Jory from Bordeaux, bourgeois in French. So I think yes, I am totally aware that sometimes the SME have their limited resources, mostly in terms of its capital resources. They recognize and they're also aware that their product can be solved using a particular technology if they leverage it more using the right technology, then it can enhance their business. But they have this limitation. So that's the part where that business, that SME, or you probably can help them to try to, so it's called resource mobilization. So try to search for this limitation in resources. There are many banks right now. I was actually reading from BCA because BCA is sponsoring this event today. That during this pandemic, their consumer are really it has increased the number of people who are accessing online banking, right? And this gave a specific profit for themselves. I mean, this really boosts up their margin of profit. And from there, some banks, I also assume that BCI is also doing it, are also providing some support, some assistance for these SMEs, because they also get profit if they help this SME. So what this SME can do is that, of course, they can, if they already have this ambition of leveraging their SME using technology, then they should not just stop there because they are limited on their resources. They should find and search for more options. They can go to their local communities, ask information around, go to the banks, try to find out information that are offered for them. The government are really supporting the idea of these SMEs, as I mentioned, that by 2024, 50% of the SMEs should be digitalized, right? So there are many programs that the government or even the private sectors or even companies through their CSR or even through the conscious capital, as Pak Arto mentioned, have programs that can support this SME. So if they have already do their homework on implementing which technology can be best adapted to their SME, they should go for it. What they need to do is someone behind them to support this. So they need to be more active, more creative in finding the solution, go to the banks, go to the investors, promote themselves, make a better branding, make a good packaging of their SMEs, and try to promote and sell themselves. That's one way.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rain. Okay. I hope that's answered Jory's question. I'd like to go to Pak Arto. I think there's another question from Francisca. If we were about to open a new business because it was a trending right now, like a coffee shop currently in Indonesia, I think almost anywhere in the world, we will definitely have competitors. How do we maintain the benefits of UMKM, of the SME itself? And also, what system should be prioritized? Some examples. Nowadays, there are many coffee shops, and how do these shops survive? Which side or which system should be our priority? I think the questions goes to both Pak Arto and also Ms. Rain. I think. Feel free, Pak Arto first, perhaps.
Yeah, it's a very tough question, and I think it's everyone. It's a $1 million question when you want to ask whether the business can survive, especially in the industry that really growing and booming at the time. But according to a lot of friends that I happen and reckon to ask question, beside of branding, of course, you need to build up your community. You need to build up your community because the community is actually your frontliner and your ambassadors to the business, to the brand, and also the front end to those who actually against you. And also they are your loyal customer to the business. And I watched some of the finest local coffee owners, Philosophy Coffee, Kopi Kenangan, some of them even smaller scale, they can live up because of the building the community. And I think that is the challenge is, like I mentioned earlier, if you coming to the business with the idea of making money, I think the chances is actually you won. But if you coming to the business with the idea of to create an impact, you want to solve the problem and you have passion to it, I think you have a longer breath to work with. So I don't have a valid questions on that, but I think looking at how the business grow these days, understanding your consumers, making them as a friend, and eventually turn them into your loyal customer, I think that would be one of the ideas.
Okay, thank you, Arto. And I think we'd like to hear your opinion as well, Ms. Rain, about this.
Yes, so I think I would go back again to what I mentioned earlier, that depending on the business needs, if it's needed, then people will look for it. They will definitely search for it, even though you have competitors. But I mean, if it's the same with what other can find, and if you're trying to produce something that is already, let's say you're trying to produce a coffee right beside a coffee shop that has already a name, you have to think something innovative. You have to think of something that competitors cannot offer, but you can offer. So you have to think of something that is catchy. That's why people need to go to your place, that they cannot find from other place. So you have to define your business needs and what the user actually needs, the customer actually needs. But don't worry so much about competitors, even though you have to research your competition, your competitors. But because if you keep on worrying about competitors, then you will not have any business, because of course you're not living alone in this world and having your own products to be sold by yourself. You can also try to partnership with them. You can collaborate with them. You can add something and adding value from your product into that coffee shop or whatever shop that you want to at first try to build up. You can try to collaborate, or one way you can collaborate Another way is you have to have something that is different. So be more innovative, or you can also try to do this model business that I learned previously, ATM. So amati, tiru, modifikasi. So first you have to observe, amati, and then you can tiru, you can, replicate it. And then at the end, you have to modify it. You have to make something better, put an adding value to your product so that people will go to your coffee shop better than to the other local coffee shops. And make use of the social media, advertising, promotion. That's before everything is always about location. But now if everything is online, you don't really need to be that place to be located in someplace famous for people to come, but you need for your product to be widely known. People are aware that you exist, and people are aware that your product. So it can be a bit people will get probably a bit annoyed, but in a good way, because you're always there. Your product is always there. You advertise good. You give them what they need. So back again, go to what is the business need, what people need, and then try to build it up from there, right? I mean, how this coffee shop survives is because they have their loyal customer. So make sure that you build their trust when you build this this SME of yours. Don't just make it like only because it's happening, then you're opening it, but then people tend to fade away and get away. So you have to make something that is your own signature that brings customer back to you. So having a customer loyalty back to you, things like that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rain. So I'm hoping that this is enough to answer Francisca's questions about this. We do have another questions addressed to you, Ms. Rain. It's from Herlamba. So if the company wants to do a partnership with a local vendor that is not even familiar with technology, what is a good way to invite partnerships in marketing and also use the technology to simultaneously change the way products are marketed through the system? What should be considered? I think it's quite the elaborate questions, and hopefully Ms. Rain can comment on this one.
Okay.
Herlambang from Alice.
Yes, thank you, Herlambang from Alice. Nice to virtually meet you. So I think you have to start slow. You have to have a personal touch, even though now we're living in a digital era, but still we're as human. If we receive the attention that we want, we will be mostly open toward changes. So if you are approaching a company that is not familiar with technology, you can't just directly go up to their doorstep and then show them, hey, look, I have my social account. Look, you're promoted everywhere, blah, blah, blah. You're telling you're kind of like forcing them to understand technology. You have to be familiar with this local vendor first. You get in touch first. You know the saying, to know me is to love me. So to know that person is to love that person, or in the other way around. If they know you, then they will be able to listen to your thoughts and idea. You familiarize yourself with them, and then from there you approach them with the technology. You try to introduce how the SME can be better leveraged using technology, and then how you come up with all this. You have to come with a good proposal. I might say that, but not like a corporate proposal, but more like into what you want to offer as the next step if you want them to be engaged in technology. So you it's kind of like you giving advice, so or giving ideas on how this technology can be better in marketing that SMEs or that local products and that vendor. So you come to them as a friend, making partnership in marketing and using this technology, but you have to come to them as a friend and then introducing all this technology that they can use. And you know how in Indonesia, most people are, they are based on role models. People tend to see when celebrities or public figures are using it and they will follow. the community in Indonesia have this tendency of following something, having a role model to follow. So if you can find out an approach on which SME in the local vendor in that region are successful by using the help of technology, that is something that you can also try to approach this local vendor if you want to gain their trust for you to develop technology on that SME. I think that can also answer. I don't know, maybe Pak Arto have anything to add?
Yeah, Bu, I think I mentioned earlier about in the world of branding, you have to work within, different players, and I think what you just mentioned is really important because in a many project that we created, we never intend or be able to connect to direct SME right away. We need to have the bridges, and mostly the bridges is the key opinion leaders, local community leaders, youth leaders in the area who actually open up the door for us, and there is one discipline called anthropology and sociology, and where they really learn about that. And that's why when you create an initiative, it's very important to work together with different disciplines and to make sure the outcome is necessary. You cannot solve all the problem by yourself, and you need other discipline and majors and sometimes partners to be able to make this thing happen. Okay, thank you, Pak Arto. I think we're almost at the end of our session. So before we end this, maybe I'd like to ask my final questions for our discussion this afternoon to both Pak Arto and also Ms. Rain. In your opinion, Ms. Rain and also Pak Arto, how do the technology up to this point, up to today, giving impact to the UMKM or to the SMEs, development? And in your opinion as well, what is the future looks like in terms of this SME and the digital world? So how do you think about the technology helping the SMEs development up to this point, and what kind of the future development from today that technology brings to the SMEs? Okay, so Ibu, you want to go first, Miss?
Go ahead, Pak. Go ahead. I will compliment you.
I think if you know, we all know Fourth Industrial Revolution. The first one is back, on the last era, but the last three actually happening in the same century, and it's very frightening because to me, technology run at a very, very powerful speed now. I'm not surprised we are entering the fifth industrial revolution soon. So I think it will be very good for our SME, but as well we need to understand that the technology is also has to be at the end of the day controlled by human, and human who are actually have the whole power to make this thing better, because if you don't, then it can be the other way around. So I hope this initiative, this project, this competition lead us to that point of thinking, and I believe that everyone have their own part to be part of this thing.
Okay. Yeah, right. Yes, that's true. What Pak Arto just mentioned. But I think from the other point of angle, also during this pandemic, during this corona that came out of nowhere in December 2019, where nobody predicted it's going to happen, but we are already entering our fourth industrial revolution where technology is taking over everything. I think we are given the chance, to actually digitalize everything, our surrounding, including SMEs. We are given the chance, we are given the opportunity to make everything, to put technology in line with our daily lives, to put technology aligned to our daily lives. And this include SMEs. SMEs as one of the backbone of the government economy. If we put the right technology, if the SMEs are being supported by technology, digitalizing this SMEs, it can scale up their business. It can still scale up their industry, and people are not as terpuruk as now, as going down as now, but more going up. Us from our side, from the academician, from the private sector side, or from the government side, we can support them by their own role, playing each own role, like what Pak Arto said. The government can advocate. The private sectors can give contribution by giving investors. The academician can also educate these SMEs on how to use technology. And you, as the students, can help build this technology, can help them build this e-commerce. So I think this technology, digitalizing SMEs, is now is the right moment for it to go to another level. But of course, at the end of the day, human will be the one who's controlling it. Don't let just technology take over everything without any human touch, where there's no more connection between human, because everything is taken over by technology already. So don't think of it as this SME will be taking the places. It will reduce the job opportunities, but taking is in a case that things that can be done by technology, let technology do it, and other people can work on other things that is still needed in this daily life. We as human are more actually, we are more we know more. We have a human feeling, we have a human touch, we have the knowledge better than the robot that we are the one who's actually developing it, right? So we can so don't make technology as the threat, but rather than we are the one who's developing and creating this, making it into giving a value added for the SMEs by digitalizing their small and medium enterprises. Yeah, thank you, Pak Indra.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rain, and also Pak Arto. By Ms. Rain's comment, last comments, I think the session is at the end. It's already at the end. If may, I'd like to wrap up a bit about what we have been discussing today, this afternoon. So, as students, as potential future leaders, and also aspiring entrepreneurs as well, the role of technology in also developing the SME, especially in our particular topics, is big. So we, or in this case, you as the students, has a lot of options in how to get into this field, and also how to contribute in developing the SME. Through the digitalization, through the technology savviness that you're right now possessing. So hopefully the next sessions, for the whole event goes well with you guys. And thank you for having me this afternoon. I'd like to bring this back to our MC at FX right now.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sir Arto Biantoro, Ms. Rain Swadamara, and Mr. Indra Kurniawan for the great and insightful speech. Now, we would like to invite our project leader to give appreciation plaque for our moderator, which is Pak Indra Kurniawan.
Please
Please welcome Cecilia.
Yes, Thank you so much for our speakers and our moderator for today. As much as we would love to be able to give this appreciation token in person. Unfortunately, we cannot. So we would like very much to give this plaque as an appreciation for the speakers, Ms. Rain and Mr. Arto Biantoro. Thank you so much for your insightful seminar, and I hope that and I'm sure your seminar will be much of value for the participants later on. So let me just call my vice project leader and my head of competition. They will be representing, of course, this will be representing Ms. Rain. No, I'm kidding. This will be representing Mr. Arto, and this will be representing Ms. Rain. Yes. Thank you so much, Ms. Rain. I heard you're also small, Miss Salma, so I think it's fitting. Yeah. Also, thank you so much, Mr. Arto. You guys look similar as well, so I guess that's okay. And again, thank you so much for our moderator, Pa Indra, and for the incredible questions as well. And I guess we'll give this back to the MC. Bye-bye.
You guys, this is what's called digitalizing. This is digitalizing the award into the video camera.
We are actually trying to find your doppelganger, so I feel like she's fitting, with the same small size as you, and like him also, very similar to Parto. So I guess that's why.
Yep.
So good.
I can't agree more. Thank you
Great
very
candidates.
much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So I think today's talk has been so inspiring, Abel.
Yes, I have to agree with you, Regine. Why don't we just directly ask one of our participants? Pasti Bisa, what do you think about the seminars? Do you think it can help you guys solve tomorrow's case?
Pasti Bisa?
Hi. Yes, I think the overall seminars are quite interesting and really mind-opening. And I would like to personally thank Mr. Arto and Miss Rain for the amazing seminars and all of the materi was really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. We wish all of you guys the best on the case competition, and we'll also say thank you to all the participants, speakers, panelists, and everyone participating in this first day of ISCC.
Yes.
Any reminders, Regine, for the next meeting?
First of all, we hope all of the questions and the knowledge that you get from the seminars today will help you on the case competition on our Day 2 of ISCC. Don't forget that our Day 2 of ISCC is on 26th of October on 8 a.m. So please don't forget to be ready on 8 a.m.
sharp. Right. All right. So before we end this, we would like to say a big thank you to our sponsors, BCA and QT. Big thanks also to our media partners, Himpunan Mahasiswa ITS,
Radio Telekomunikasi Cipta UI 107.9 FM,
Radio Universitas Tarumanagara Untar,
BEM UPN Veteran Yogyakarta,
Himna Ilmu Komputer Universitas Pertamina,
HIMSI FST UIN Jakarta,
HMIF ITB,
HIMaster UNS,
HI Hale Universitas Brawijaya, and finally, my name is Mabel.
And my name is Regine.
We are signing out. Bye, guys!
Bye, guys! Thank you so much, guys.
Tetes air mata basahi pipiku di saat seperti ini.
Mungkinkah ku bayar belanja tanpa sentuhan?
streaming konser metal. Mungkin dong kan pakai debit BCA, tapi jangan lupa aktivasi dulu. Biarlah hanya HP yang kau sentuh, bayar belanja tinggal scan QR aja. BCA Mobile membuat semua jadi mudah.
QC was probably one of the greatest experiences that I've had, and it really taught me not only about the value of education, learning, but also of people, and that's what we've applied here at Tanda, and that's why we've been so successful.
About halfway through my degree, there was this program that QT ran where you could work for a year within an industry partner, and you got course credits for it. It really accelerated my knowledge in terms of actually taking the stuff I'd been learning and like writing code all day, and it also taught me how to talk to customers, how to think about the product and the marketing and side of things, and not just these purely about the code, and really take the stuff I've been learning and find a practical application for it.
My time at QT definitely helped with being able to do a project where you're starting at the very beginning and then ideating it and then executing it right at the end has helped in a place like Tanda where that's a valued skill.
University is more than just lectures, labs and libraries. So really it's about getting involved beyond that and getting involved in things like student activities, student clubs, really where you're going to meet the people who are cross-discipline.
It's very easy to sort of learn this stuff and improve your skills on your own time, but what's really valuable is finding other people who also share the same values as you and want to create the same things you want to create, and just figuring out how you can take what you're learning in the classroom with these people and go and apply it to other stuff.
To be a successful graduate, you need to continue learning and have that thirst for continuous improvement.
Go to university to find your team and find the people you really like working with, and then figure out what you can do together from there.
Get involved in the clubs, get involved in the environment, get involved in the atmosphere, because it's the people that you meet that will determine your success.